Suntem o companie de investiții dinamică și inovatoare, cu profesioniști pregătiți să repete performanța. Evergent Investments arată unde am ajuns și cine vom fi în viitor. Administrăm eficient activele și riscul, investim curajos pentru a genera valoare pe termen lung. Transformăm oportunitățile în profit.
Says it all. A dynamic, lively community in a productive surrounding. Hospitality is key. Therefore, our MyHive team actively provides support at all times. MyHive focuses on innovative prime office concepts to deliver excellent infrastructure to our tenants to exceed their expectations.
Thank you. From here on, it's members only. With your membership card, you are allowed to pass and enjoy all amenities. My membership is for all of those who do not need a fixed desk. You can use it at any MyHive location and get access to the MyHive community, the MyHive app, and of course, the MyHive lounges. Talking about MyHive lounges, they are perfect to take time off and relax. But wait until you have seen my desk. You enjoy the advantages of a shared office, and it's bookable from 1 month. We are on a 3-month assignment for an IT company, and my desk is the perfect match for me and my colleagues.
Hey guys, do you want to join us for coffee in the MyHive lounge after work?
Sure, why not?
Cool. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. We've got an architectural competition coming in a few days, but I'll show you my room. It's actually the perfect solution for a small team, or even a larger one. It's a private room with all the amenities of a shared office.
Thank you.
Sure. And you can book it for as little as 1 month and 2 desks. Sorry, I'm off to a workshop in the conference room. I'll see you later. Whoops!
Oh, never mind. That's the nice thing about MyHive.
Good morning and welcome to the second day of the 8th edition of Foreign Investors Summit organized by Business Review magazine. I'm Auer and we will start the day with a panel about work. It is one of the hottest topics in Romania today, and it was before the pandemic, and it still is, unfortunately, because we lack forests, and the pandemic has showed us that we have some people that can come back home if they need to, but unfortunately, they will not stay. Now, Romania was hit hard by the COVID-19 pandemic, and the local economy, even if it performed better last year than many other European economies, and will be okay this year also. But still, the FDI level, the foreign direct investment level, it was at the record low in the last years, and that's not a good thing. As the new normality took over, we can see a steep growth of FDIs in the first month of 2021, actually up by 302%. But even if there are plenty of signs that that the consumption is on the rise. The real estate sector it has good yields, and the local share of the trading market is growing. In the same time, we cannot overlook the warning signs like depletion of qualified work, like rising prices in energy, and the public debate on suspending fiscal facilities for key industries, or even unfortunately, even the last political crisis may be a problem. So we will try to better understand where we stand and what hopes do we have concerning FDI and the workforce future. So we gather the most important representatives of big companies, consultants, legal advisor, and strategic foreign investors in Romania to debate over these key topics in the second days. So I should start by welcoming everybody in this panel. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hello. Good morning.
And I would like to start with Mr. Oswald Kolb from Continental Sibiu. Hello, sir.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Okay, so let's start by seeing how was managing the pandemic in the automotive field. Now, the automotive industry is quite important for Romania, and it goes through a lot of problems and crises in the last couple of years, or even more. So how was it during the pandemic, and how was that field, and how it is today in the automotive industry?
Yes, thank you very much for this question, especially your second sentence, because to say how was it in this pandemic crisis is not the right question. I think we are still in this pandemic crisis, and especially we are at the moment in the situations that we really feel the outcome of this corona crisis on the world economy, and especially on the automotive market. When I look on Continental Sibiu, where I'm from, I'm the general manager of Continental Sibiu. So everything started last year early in January, and frankly spoken, for us in Continental, it started even earlier since the country in Romania was realizing it. Very simple, we are internationally connected. We have sister plants also in China. We are getting a lot of material from China, from Asia, and we already saw in the early beginnings when in Europe nobody was talking about corona, or it was not really in the mind of the people. We saw the first effects because we got material from China, or better said, we didn't get it in the beginning because China reacted very, very strong. They blocked deliveries. We got parts. We did not know what to do. Also transferring this virus, everything was unclear. So we had already this topic in the earlier than, let me say, the rest of the country. Okay, and then, but this had also the advantage when this pandemic was hitting, then really the country and was coming to us, we had already measures in place. We took over the measures what our plants in China already have developed, and then we walked through for sure. It was different. We have two topics, but we had to keep under control. One topic at the end, the key topic, the health of our employees. This was key. We had several measures to do. As I said, what we copied, we increased the distance between the workplaces. We reduced the number of people in the buses. We made special processes that people have a distance and so on. And especially then in our R&D organization and in our administration organization, where around about 1,000, 2,300 people are working. We asked the people really from the beginning also to go to home office, to not to have too much people in the plants. There was always this risk that if something would come up, there was a fear that we would be the spreader of this coronavirus. And for sure, then we had our regular meetings every week, minimum once. We met, we discussed, and we followed up very, very carefully that what was also later on made everywhere in the country and also everywhere in Europe. We followed from the beginning very, very careful up. If there was a corona case, where was the root cause of this corona case? It was this in the plant or outside of the plant, and so on. And we said we walked through the different steps. Fortunately, we could really say all the cases, and we had times where in a company of 4,000 people, like we are, that we had up to 80 cases which were infected or which were contact persons which could not come. But when we looked on the different steps, we did not identify any spreading in the company. Most of the spreading were coming from outside. So but we got more or less the same figures as the city of Sibiu had and walked through. And for sure, then there was the first phase with this material, and then what happens in the automotive industry in the last year. Then when the crisis met Germany, when they met the big car plants, they stopped ordering because they sent their people home. And then we were from one day to the other, they confronted with the topic that we had nothing to do, no work. And in that moment, I can really say this state program helped us at that moment a lot. I can also, after 1.5 years now, say we walked through these different steps, and I think this is very important also for our employees. We walked through these steps without firing any people. We were able to keep our complete workforce with different measures, with models what we have defined in the company, with the support of the state. People had to reduce the salaries for sure. We could not pay extra bonus if you are not producing anyway, but we could go through this situation last year. What was more or less the bigger surprise, and at the end of the day, I think everybody, also myself, I have clearly to say when I was asked in the beginning, I said, okay, this is not a topic for some weeks and not a topic for some months. I said, okay, it will need 1 year. I assumed that in spring 2021, everything should be over. But this was clearly a wrong assessment, but I think I was not the only one with this assessment. And now we are faced with the consequences of this topic. The complete supply in automotive industry, they are completely empty. They are completely blocked. There are problems in, and now more or less since 9 months, we are dealing with the topics that we are not getting enough material, that we get material, there are surprises, we don't get it, we get it. There are the supply chain is so empty that each small blocking point is creating a disaster immediately. And you can read it in the press. We see it every day when we talk to our customers. Our customers are in US, they are in Europe, they are in Asia, and we talk there. Also, customers are going up and down with their production. They have to stop their car plants, and the same is for us. And for sure, we have now a lot of work and a lot of effort to do with specific actions to bring in material by plane, by special transportation. We have crisis meetings. So that's really a very, very crazy situation, which ends up in the situation that also, let me say, the volumes for this year are higher than we originally expected. But the costs, what we are creating by these specific measures, are eating up all our EBIT, and that means also the financial situation. Okay, Continental overall is in a good financial situation. There is not a problem, but normally we would say if you make 10 or 20% more sales than you planned, you should have a benefit. That is normally where you are creating the cash. But we have 20% more in sales and have zero more EBIT. We are working, let me say, spending everything for these specific measures. But nevertheless, this is at the moment the situation, and especially we hope now, or there, that maybe next year will be better, but also not early next year. People are talking about now the semiconductor crisis. That is now the biggest topic, but it's only 1 point. Should be over next year in autumn. Now we get signs from China. Okay, we have energy crisis in China. they cannot produce raw metal, which is used in the production in Europe for pre-products from us, and so on and so on. So this overall situation will stay very tense, I think, the next 9 months. But better than early in spring this year.
It is obvious a situation that keeps rolling, and it will not be over very, very soon. But one of the things that we stayed with us and not necessarily started in the pandemic concerning workforce is the people working from remote places, not only from home. I'm talking about the digital nomads. So that's why I want to ask Ms. Diana Buzoianu, which is a deputy in the Romanian Parliament, what are the legislation changes for this kind of work? Because it's obvious that we cannot have it without the legislation in place.
Yes, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk about the draft law that I registered a few months ago. So right now, I'm going to say a few words about the main provisions of the law, and then I'm going to say the status of the legislation. So right now, the draft law that I proposed, working with the Ministry of Digitalization, with the Ministry of Internal Affairs and External Affairs, is a draft law that basically gives a long stay visa to digital nomads in Romania, which previously was not a possibility for them. Digital nomads, as you mentioned, are people who work in telework. They telework, so basically they work remotely. And basically, a digital nomad is someone who wants to travel and to see other countries while working for a foreign employer or while having registered a company outside the country where they want to visit or live. So basically, that's the main description of a digital nomad. And I've been able to speak with lots of digital nomads throughout this last month. And it's basically a community where people want to experience more than just their work. And I've seen studies this year, and they also apply to Romania's market working place. Basically, the employees say that having a purpose in their workplace, having experiences while working at a company, the balance between working time and their life and their family time, those are the main priorities right now for employees. And they are changing, right? Because a few years ago, these were not the priorities. A few years ago, going up the ladder of a company was high up in the priorities. Good payment was high up, if not the first, then the second. So right now, we are seeing that the working market is changing. So this is an instrument that most of the countries in Europe, we've seen Greece, Estonia, Croatia, Germany, they already implemented the digital nomad visa. And it's an instrument that they used in order to bring money back to their home. And this is something that I really wanted to implement also for Romania, because I know that we have lots of potential in this regard. We have good internet connection, we have a low cost of living. So basically, we could attract digital nomads here in Romania. And I wanted for my country to have this opportunity to use this instrument. And it's an instrument that also is quite novel in the sense that you can use it, as you've mentioned, in the context of the COVID pandemic, or when most of the people work remotely. And we've seen studies that show that this trend is not going to go back to the levels of 2018. Basically, the people who are right now working remotely, most of them will remain in that category of workers even after the pandemic is over. So that's the reason behind the draft law that I initiated. And regarding the status of this draft law, it was just adopted in the Senate a few weeks ago, and right now is going to be debated and to be voted in the deputies' chamber.
Okay, that's it's actually a good news, and hopefully we're gonna have a good legislation, and maybe we can attract people from outside the country. But now please.
I just wanted to say that throughout. If we are thinking about the benefits of this law, we've seen that Thailand, which is a country that right now is going to implement this legislation, approximates roughly $123 million being injected in their economy through this instrument. We've seen that Greece has already implemented this instrument and has already 3,000 applicants. So there's a huge potential here to be used also by Romania.
Okay, I think it is fair to say that most of the digital nomads are going to be young people, and that is why I want to ask Mr. Manuel Fernandez Amezaga from Sodexo, what are the needs? Which are the needs of the young people in terms of the work environment and the salary package? How do the youngest people in the workforce perceive their benefits and their salary packages and so on? Please, sir.
Well, good morning, and thank you for inviting us here. Well, as we already heard this morning, COVID came to stay. No, this is very clear, and it's bringing a new context. It's bringing a new context that nothing will be the same as it was in 2019 or even before. So we need to really take the best of this new context, try to take the advantages, and really try to win the race, no? Because this is going to stay with us for a long time. Now, we all know that business is all about people. So we are dealing with people all the time. So it's very important that we have a nice workplace in which our young generation can feel really, really comfortable. And also they can have access to technology, equipments, tools, but also other things like snacks, coffee, etc. So this young generation is really demanding different things that what we were used to demand in the past. So for me, there are three words that are the key ones. One is trust. The second is freedom of choice. And the third one, very important, is the fair compensation. So when we talk about freedom of choice, means that our young generation and our employees can work from anywhere. And this is very much linked also what we were discussing just a few seconds ago. So they should be able to really work remote from anywhere. And this is the way the new generation are really demanding to us. Now, the question is, what is the reason why an employee has to come to the office? Why we're asking employees to come to the office? Just to count the number of days, or just because it was the way it was? No. So for us, the attendance, the number of days in the office is not important anymore. For us, the important thing is the performance, the productivity, and we need to look into this new generation in that way. They want to feel that they have the trust, that they have the freedom to choice, and of course, they need to be very well rewarded, no, and fairly compensated. No? So flexibility, which is one of those words. Flexibility means that how they can really manage their work-life balance. We know that for all of us, one of the main complaints always is, I have no time to do this, I have no time to go with my kids, I have no time to spend with my family. So if you really give flexibility to the employees in which they can choose what is the best working pattern for them, we will see how this productivity and how this payback to the company will really boost. And we have very good examples also in our company, because we implemented this several months ago. And we see that the productivity has raised above how it was before the COVID, and also how it was asking the people going to the office instead of giving full flexibility. And how is this all packaged? Because you need to package it properly. First of all, the trust. When you go to the employee and you say, Now you have the trust in advance. Please do it. If you need me, we are here. We will adapt whatever you need. And in that case, the employees, when they feel the company is giving the trust in advance, I can tell you the response is incredibly higher. They have the responsibility. They want to really please the company for the trust given to them. And they are really doing very well. So that's why when the young generation come to you and ask about how Sodexo in that case is, and we talk about this kind of way of working, trust, flexibility, you can see in their eyes how their eyes open and say, oh, I like this, I like this. So this is very important. And then lastly, as I was mentioning, is that, okay, we don't ask you to come to the office a number of days. So this is really changing the way we manage our employees. What I mean is, the office is not anymore a workplace. We don't want the office to be anymore a workplace. The office now is a connecting space. What does it mean? It means that people working remotely are asked in certain occasions, of course, there is a minimum of governance that has to be put in place, to come to the office to meet face-to-face with their managers, to be in innovative sessions, to have company events. But when they come to the office now, they come to see other people. They come to connect with other people. So that's why we are also changing our design of the office in order to make it more connecting space. And this has been really something that for us was not easy to implement. But I can tell you that the young generation, when they come to us and they make interviews to stay with us, this is the thing that they love more. So that's why we think we're in the right direction. And as I said before, COVID will stay with us for, I think, some years more, hopefully not many. So let's just try to take the best of it and adapt it. The ones adapting faster will be the winners. I'm sure about that.
Unfortunately, yes, the COVID will stay with us, and we have to find ways to manage it so it will not affect at all or just a bit our lives. And I was thinking about education when you said that. That's why I want to ask Miss Loreda Dragomir, Permanent Placement Director at Adecco. How does the talent pool in Romania created by higher education? Because we can see that most of the people that are looked for are usually having a higher education. And how does that look in Romania? Please.
Good morning, and thank you for the invitation. And I want to mention that I totally agree with what was said before. And indeed, the key and the solution is education. I want to share with you that in Romania, we do have the backbone, meaning most of the major cities in Romania have universities, we have good high schools, we have good private schools, but still it's a lot of work to be done in terms of changing a little bit of curricula, making a little bit of coaching and preparing the management of those schools in order the students for the real life, for what's out there. As you probably know, in Romania, there are great universities, and there are over 400,000 students enrolled as we speak. I'm not sure how many will finalize schools, but they're currently enrolled. Most schools are more students are enrolled in engineering. And it can be mechanical engineering, it can be automation, it can be a lot of specialties. But engineering, it's the most looked for. Of course, the second one is economics, and we have a lot of students in medicine, in law, in psychology lately. And I think the key here is to make the school system be answering the needs of the market, to make those students be capable of delivering, of having a good understanding and be more practical. We don't need only theory, we need a lot of practical and ready to apply people on the market.
Okay, it's not, I don't think it's easy, because we still have an education system that it's maybe it's not let's say the most modern one compared to to develop systems outside. But I think and I hope we are on the way to be there.
There are many organizations and there are many initiatives in that direction, and I'm talking about coaching the school directors, and I'm not going to name the organizations, but also we have a lot of vocational schools. A lot of organizations are getting students even from high school or from professional schools to have internships. So there are a lot of initiatives. A lot more has to be done because, as I mentioned, education is the key and education is the solution.
Okay, I would like now to find out more data about this workforce. So going to Miss Ana Visian, marketing manager at BestJobs. Can you tell us more? I mean, you have a lot of data from the platform you manage. Who are these young people? What age do they have? What level of studies and fields do they have? Please.
Hello, and thanks for inviting BestJobs to be part of this panel. It's a real pleasure to talk about this segment that we see even more active in the last 2 years, applying for different jobs and preparing to enter the workforce and in the market. The main segment we see very active is 18-24 years old. They are either enrolled as students in universities or just finished high school but trying to get a job. From my point of view and our point of view, it's super important for them to have that chance to kill that myth that they are young and without experience. And that's why they are applying especially for internships, trainee programs, where they have a chance to learn by doing. Exactly as you were saying before, the school teaches us, but they need to learn by doing. This is one of the main thing they're looking for a company when they are choosing a new employer. It's very well known that the young generation is digital native. So everything that they will do, they will look at the things through a screen, and they will think about things looking to digital. What they're applying for is, as I was saying, internship programs. So we encourage companies to open these roles for them, and trainee programs, and also jobs as an entry level. As domains, they are looking especially in IT. We are well known that we have a lot of IT specialists in Romania, and this domain is very appealing for them, especially because they can learn on their own. So many of the people in the young generation started to learn different programming or softwares or languages or different frameworks, just to get a hint about this domain and try to start in an entry-level position as a tester or as a support. So this is a very appealing domain that the young generation is looking for. Also, the marketing and the PR domain is very interesting because, again, here you can on one hand learn by yourself a lot of things, even though you are studying another in the university in another domain. But it's a chance to get some experience, even though you are in the young period of your career. Also, what we are seeing, they are applying to sales as assistant sales in store or online, in customer support and customer centers companies, that allows them to learn how to focus on client and learn different techniques of selling, of speaking and things like that. So it's a very good opportunity for them to start their working life. Also in engineering, because of thanks to the internship programs, this is a big help for them to start doing things that they are learning or they've just learned. Also, there are in the urban areas, in the big cities, most of them try to have a job besides university in delivery, for example. That helps them gain some money and put something in the CV and not having an empty CV just with projects from school. So it's super important for them to get that chance to prove that they can deliver and they can be trustful for the future. What I wanted to say is that with the pandemic, all the remote jobs arrived and everybody adapted, the companies adapted most of the roles. So this was a very good chance for young talents to apply and to get into the company, the corporate environment. Especially because they are, as I was saying, digital natives. They are able to connect fast and deliver fast during this type of work. One more thing I would like to add here, looking back at the digital nomads, I would say that the Romanian workforce, and especially the young ones in certain domains like IT, marketing, or call center or assisted sales, are applying and are being hunted by companies from abroad. Which is the other way around, because the companies abroad are coming with bigger salaries and the possibility to work remote in Romania, and this is super appealing for them because they are looking for the talents in our country. What I would like also to add here regarding them and their profile is that they are not looking just over the salaries and the pack of benefits, but also some things that will help them and keep them in the loop and being there in the role they've just got. They are looking and need a career advancement opportunity near a manager that they can learn from. So they need mentoring and coaching in the first years of their career. Also, what matters for them is that their job, their role, and the company to have an impact on society. And also they are looking even more now on pandemic on good healthcare benefits that they can get. All I can say is that if the role and the company let them learn by doing and prove they can deliver like this, and they have a lot of technology around to do their job, they will be kept interested in the role and eager to deliver and invest their energy there.
Okay, that's actually quite interesting. I would like to go back to Mr. Kolb from Continental, because considering education, there are so many projects and collaborations that companies have started with universities across the country. They have internship programs. They have dual classes, even in high school and everything. How important is that kind of collaboration with the education system and the internship programs in order to develop the workforce and the people that you need in the future?
Yeah, thank you very much for this question. I learned from the speakers before what great things are in the Romanian educational system. But frankly spoken, I've also maybe, I'm a German. The German is not always very excited. He's also looking behind and is asking questions. So I'm here in Sibiu since 13 years, and the company I was growing up, I started with 1,000 people. Now we have 4,000 people. So this hiring of people, and you said it before, everything is a people business. People is a key topic for the success of the company, and we hired a lot. what we saw, all these topics mentioned before, yes, we use it extensively, especially these internship programs. This is our key sources for workforce. But what we see, so we have here in our company in Sibiu, on the one side we have a production, manufacturing, around about 2,000 people, and we have an R&D. And the university degree, this is very university education is also we find excellent people here. Really, to say from the beginning, not to give the wrong tone, we find excellent people here in Romania. That is also why we are here. So the ratio of performance to cost is an excellent one here, minimum in Europe and minimum at the moment. But there is another topic. What we are missing at the end in the system is more or less the second level. We are in manufacturing, so we are going for Industry 4.0. That is a topic what is at the moment driven, means automation in production. And for automation in production, you need highly skilled technical people. Not only engineers, you need also a lot of technicians. The future of work, and you asked before on direct investment and so on. The future of work with manufacturing industry is in the direction of automation. For that, you need excellent engineers, you need excellent technicians, excellent skilled people. And there, I think Romania has still gaps to fill. In our company, we try to fill these gaps by our own. We have installed different programs. We are working, we have these dual school programs where we are starting to also with high schools to bring people in the company, give them more practice. We have in the company itself, we are training our operators. We give them a specific qualifications where they get a technician qualification, and with interns we're working a lot. What I miss in the Romanian educational system is really this level in between the high-skilled engineer and the operators. There, from my understanding, there should be a bigger focus be done from the state, because I think also in Romania, like in every country, there are not only these people which are for a university degree born. There are also people which practical experience, which want to work, which have a fable for technique, which want to drive that, and for them, the state is leaving that a little bit alone. So we are only talking. That is also when you go on job fairs, we are only talking on this level of the university degree. This is the second level. What is done from the state forces to qualify the operators to the next level? Because only with qualification you will have a good future. I fully agree with that, what was said before. Education and qualification, that's the key. If you want to bring forward a society, if you want to bring some money in the country, education is the key. And that level also something has to be done. And not only on the top level of university degrees. This would be my, let me say, recommendation or my wish when we're coming to the topic of manufacturing, engineering, bringing FDI in the country. But everything before, yes, we are doing that. We are internships, we have mobile policy. We see exactly the same, that young people have a different requirement. They want to work, want to have freedom, so we roll it out. The people which are already with us, they can work from home. They can work also from other cities in Romania at the moment. Yes, the topic with digital nomads, that's another story. We stay in legal, so we do all of that. But the second level, there I would say something should be done.
It needs to be done, actually, and that's why I'm asking right now, Ms. Buzoianu, what? Maybe
I can also. I made this once. I had the Prime Minister from Moldova there, and he was also talking on that, what to do, how to bring in the country investors. And then I said, yes, you can do so. If one topic is you can promote the IT, the IT guys, everybody is proud on the IT guys. Yes, Romanian IT guys are great. I fully agree. But every IT guy, what you bring in a job, how many people is he supporting? I say 1.01 himself, a little bit management and a secretary. If you educate engineers in manufacturing, in productivity, if you combine them, the mechanical engineers with these digital natives plus the mechanical engineering, if you create a workplace in the industry, one engineer is bringing additionally 3 other jobs in where people are working in the different levels. So if you bring a lot of work, additional value in the company, there is a huge chance at the moment to do that, for that to not to forget this segment.
Okay. As I was saying, I would like to ask Ms. Buzoianu, are there any law projects, legislative projects that can facilitate this kind of education and learning? Do we need changes in the legislation for that, please?
Regarding digital skills?
Yes. And not only digital skills, but also exactly what the company needs, as Mr. Kolb said, because they need a certain type of workers. Can we find ways in the law to facilitate that?
Okay, so first of all, this is a good opportunity for me to say that mostly when we talk about a curriculum, we are saying, well, why doesn't the parliament pass another law regarding this kind of class that we need? And we've seen that there are examples of classes that we try to pass through through legislation, to primary legislation, to parliament. But that's not how things should work. That's not how things should go. So basically, we have the Ministry of Education, which is in charge for setting the curriculum, and this is the way it should be planned. Because planning curriculum through legislation is something that in the long run is not going to be adaptable. It's not going to be flexible, and you need the curriculum to be a moving document, right, in order to adapt to the marketplace, the working place. So that's something that I would want to start a conversation with. But what we can do in the parliament is we can fix legislation regarding private-public collaboration. So basically, we have legislation in this regard, but we've not seen a good example of this collaboration. And the only example that comes to my mind is the SciGhișeu.ro, which is a platform that was for which both private and public entities worked for. So that's the only example in the Romanian past 10 years, let's say, that we've seen this public-private collaboration working. So that's and if we're talking about employees who are adapted to the present work environment, it's something that we need to bring closer. The private entities working with universities, but they also have their autonomy, right? So basically, what can be done through the parliament is bring, let's say, benefits to those universities which implement these good practices.
There is, I know that we have still a lot of time and things to do and change in the education system, but hopefully it's happening. On the other hand, talking about the workforce, what we have seen so far, and what even you were saying and the other people were saying, the relation between the employee and the employer is changing. So that's why I want to ask Mr. Amezaga from Sodexo, how is that relationship transforming?
Thank you. Well, let's say that the traditional employee-employer relationship is over. The traditional one has changed already. And I have, and this is not just something for Romania. This is happening, let's say, everywhere. I was very lucky to work in different countries and continents, and I can tell you that it's happening everywhere. So what we have to do as companies, we need to act different. Okay, we cannot be the same as before, and the employee has to perceive that we are changing as well. Okay, because they are demanding new things, and we need to adapt also to this trend. So again, we need to be different, and this is the first thing. The second is that we need to listen to our employees more than ever. They are sending us messages every day. Okay, so in our case, we have an engagement tool that we measure every day. So we know every day what is the engagement rate of our employees, and they can also place a lot of comments, questions. So we know, let's say, quite fresh how they feel, what they think, what they want to do. And then, of course, we take care of these comments. We acknowledge all those comments, so they know that we are really reading those comments. And then we take actions, we present to them. And of course, sometimes they get happy when we do something that they are proposing. Sometimes it's not possible, but we are very transparent in the way we respond and we act to them. So they really feel that they are valued, that they are listened, and that the company is really moving forward and trying to improve. And this is something very, very important. Now, on top of this, we need also to reward. We need to recognize our employees. When they do something good, we need to be there. They need to feel that we are really, really recognizing, rewarding, giving them, well done comments, this kind of things. Because this is probably the best recognition for someone. When someone feels that their job has been recognized, I can tell you the impact is huge. So at the end, when we invest in rewards and recognition systems, for me, I mean, it's not a cost. At the end, is the best investment we can do is to recognize and to invest in our people. And this is the best investment, because if our people and our relationship with our employees are not strong, nothing else matters. Nothing will work. Sooner or later, will be a big impact. And then last but not least, as also Anna was mentioning before, the employees are asking more and more and more how the companies are acting towards company social responsibility. Okay, they want to see how our company is also investing our efforts, our funds, in order to pay back to the community where we operate. In the case of Romania, they want to see what we do, and they are also taking part as volunteers in all of our programs. In our case, it's mostly focused on kids and stop hunger, and they really feel so proud to be volunteer and helping the community that they're really demanding more and more. In our case, this participation. So overall, let's say relationship is completely different. Has nothing to do with 10 years ago, nothing to do with almost 5 years ago. So if we want to be there, we need to think differently. And this is what we are trying to do, and sometimes with more or less success, but at least making them feel that we really care about this topic. Definitely.
I'm pretty sure there are many mindsets changing in these times, because we have to change them. And going back to education and then the things that need to be done in order to have the right workforce. I want to ask Ms. Dragomir from Adecco, which are the industry where you encountered skill gaps between the formal education and then the labor market expectations?
Before I answer this question, I want to connect a little bit the dots to everything that was said before, because we happen to have a booklet for investors, and all the topics that were discussed here were covered in that booklet. And I want to mention that indeed the pandemic was affecting the economy, the pricing in energy was up, and the materials affected the production facilities. It's indeed some production, some industries were not really affected, and some were growing instead. For example, transportation and logistics, they will have a big up in the next period. The online business was growing, and IT was growing due to a lot of things that was done digital and virtual, and a lot of businesses needing cloud and other systems. Energy was and it will also be up. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, some are affected, some are growing. So maybe professional reconversion can be done. Be as was mentioned by Oswald and as was mentioned by Anna from BestJobs. We need to do internship, we need to do coaching, we need to do mentoring, we need to invest in practical development of our people. They are eager, they want to learn. It needed to be done, and not only by private investors, not only by companies. We need help from the state, and hopefully that will happen too. Now back to your question, we see in Adecco, we see a industrial gap in many fields. We see industrial gaps for engineer and technical, not only engineers, as also Oswald mentioned, but technical, like in between the operators and the engineers. That level really needed investments. We see gap even in ITNC and telecom. Because yes, everyone wants to work in IT, but not everyone is certified for it or not ready for it. So a lot of investment there is needed. In manufacturing, in production, not necessarily only technical, but in general, manufacturing and production needs help. Retail also, and customer service, of course, not least marketing, media, and finance and accounting. That's what we see as requirements from our clients. That's what we see when we discuss with candidates, and that's where we need to work on. Educating traditional, not traditional, more modern way, online, virtual, digital, but we need to invest in those skills in order to make those people ready for the change, ready for the market, and ready for the market needs.
Yeah, well, we know we have to do that, and hopefully we will find more and more, just like we actually saw in the last years. There are many projects coming from the private sector and private companies to high school, to even gymnasium, and to universities, in order to create what eventually not only they will need, but the industry will need. Yet there is it's not always easy for an employer to cover all the expectations of an employee. And it is even more difficult when you talk about a very skilled one. So that's why I would like to ask Ms. Visian from BestJobs, what are the expectations that employees have from companies, and what do companies offer in order to match those expectations?
It's a very good question, because this is where the real HR and learn and development department arise and helps the newbies in their companies. Actually, the companies expect let's say stability from new employees' part. They expect them to be loyal and stay there once a new trainee program is invested. And that can be done in different ways. They also expect the new workforce and the youngsters to work themselves on the things that discover together. Let's say communication, which is somehow lacking in the new generation, because everything is digital and online, and one-to-one communication seems to be a little bit hard. Also, they are looking to solve and help them get to critical thinking and problem solving, because the company and the corporation medium, it's full of these situations, and they need to learn how to deal them and not to be scared, and find solutions. Also, the ability to deal with complexity and ambiguity along the career they've got there. Also, employees are looking and try to find in the new generation, for example, business writing. The digital natives are accustomed to write with emoticons and make it everything short and make it on fast forward, but they need to sit on the table and do a professional conversation with their employee, with the client, and so on. This is somehow lacking in the young generation. Also, because we are living in a fast-forward world, and the digital natives are used to consume content and every kind of information in a fast pacing. They are missing somehow focus and productivity, but this can be learned, and this can be taught with a mentor or a coach, with a good manager and a good company that truly believes in this this generation.
Well, there are so many generation changes right now, and to be honest, I have seen younger people with a completely different mindset than we had back a few years ago. But concerning investment and going back to our topic, I'd like to ask Mr. Kolb. You have a big company and you know very well the Romanian economy and the Romanian legislation and everything. Can we say, is it still profitable for a foreign company to invest in Romania in terms of working force, for example? Like, and not only in Bucharest, in the center of the country, in Sibiu and places like that.
So,
please.
We would not be here if it would not be profitable. As I said before, I was working in 5 countries. I'm 36 years in this business. I'm working in 5 countries, three regions. And yes, it was for sure it's profitable, because otherwise we would not go here. But it's very clear, every investment which is made at the moment, and we are at the moment especially thinking on further extension and so on. The key question for that is, do you get the people? Do you get the people? That is what the headquarters are asking us when we are asking for increasing the business. So yes, it's profitable, but at the moment, the problem is really what is with the future? What is with the workforce of the future? Can we in 5, in 10 years, because that is a planning scenario what big companies are doing. Will we have the workforce there? We are then asked, okay, you have 4,500 people now in Sibiu. Can you get 500 more? We see that you have a fluctuation today of 8 and 9%. When we bring jobs to you, then the time becomes longer and longer that you get the qualified one. So that is the key question. It's really the topic. So if I'm so long in this country that I'm really connected to that, and you try to bring something in. The opportunities which are at the moment there would be great. There are on the one side, this Corona crisis has speeded up everything. There are a lot of topics now where services, R&D services, headquarters in Middle Europe, in Western Europe, they are looking for countries to move R&D service where it can be produced in a better way. There is this trend now with this globalization. Every company has realized this globalization to bring everything from Asia to Europe has a problem in such cases. So there are ideas, can we relocate something? And there are opportunities there, great chances. Key topic at that moment is really the workforce, and that if we can answer this, if Romania can answer this question, it would there are great opportunities there. At the moment, Still, I think there would be possibilities there in some regions which are far away, but then we are coming to the other topic, infrastructure and so on. So workforce in the developed area is a key. So in our company, why we are driving so much initiatives exactly on this topic to bring people in, to qualify people, to attract more businesses from other locations. Workforce is a bottleneck. Qualified workforce.
Yes, qualified. And talking about qualified workforce and fiscal facilities, I would like to ask Miss Buzoianu, sorry. There is a lot of talk these days about the cutting all the facilities we have on the IT sector and the construction sector in the economy. What do you think will be the effect of that? Do you think the cost of attractiveness for these sectors will be higher if we cut the facilities? Or can we cover those facilities with the workforce we have and then the things that we offer as a whole economy without necessarily spending money from the budget for the private sector?
So listen, this is a great question, and it's very connected to the context of Romania right now. I spoke with a lot of experts in this field regarding the taxes, the cutoff of taxes in Romania, and most of them told me that they don't necessarily have a problem with the idea of bringing back taxes, but they have a problem with the idea that the Romanian authorities or the public authorities don't deliver solutions for them or resources for them in other forms. So I just went to Brussels a few weeks ago, and one of the topics in order to speak about the digital agenda with European representatives. And one of the topics that I've encountered is that there are lots of instruments that Romania can implement in order to help the industry here back home. So I went and spoke with, based on, let's say, research and technology organizations. So basically you have this instrument of labs that are being used by private sectors that are funded by public budgets. And these are instruments, research and technology organizations are instruments that are used throughout all of the European Union countries except Romania. We had one research and organization one, just one, but then we didn't find enough money to budget it, and it just we cut this project altogether. Then we are talking about data centers. The idea that Romania does not have, so Romania has a huge potential in the data centers, but we don't have data centers, and this could help the industry. When we talk about the gaming industry, which is related to the IT industry, obviously, we have a huge potential to be leaders, at least in the East European region. And even Central European. But we don't have enough, let's say, university classes, for example. When we see the competitors in this field, Germany or Poland, they have more than 100 or 200 specific classes ran in their universities, their public universities, strictly related to the gaming industry, to the gaming skills. So there are a lot of things that we can do at the level of public authorities, even if we decide, and I don't know if this is going to be a decision taken in the next few years. I've seen the topic and brought to public attention, but I don't see any real steps towards actually implementing taxes back in these industries. But if we decide to go that way, there are lots of instruments that we can use and implement in order to sustain and to help the industry. And I will also say that when we speak about digitalization, one of the problems is that we face right now is, from my perspective as a legislator, the fact that we have a huge gap between the speed at which technology evolves, evolved in the next in the last 3 or 5 years, and the speed at which we can regulate this technology. And we've seen this also at the European level. We right now have the Digital Service Act and the Digital Markets Act, which are instruments that can be used in order to balance a few of the rights of the people in the context of social platforms. And these instruments are going to be very useful for human rights, but they have been the topic of discussion and debate for more than 2 years. And when the debates started, these instruments were novel and they were revolutionary. Right now, 2 years after that point, technology has already changed. If we are going to adopt this regulation right now, it's not going to be so relevant as it was 2 years ago. So this is one huge challenge that we face, in order to also, through legislation, not block the industry, but be of help for it. And also find the balance between protecting human rights and protecting the data, and then helping the industry.
Okay, so going back to these facilities, fiscal facilities, I want to ask Mr. Amezaga, which is coming from the private zone and in the voucher industry. So can we find ways to change the fiscal facilities or the things that we give to the employees without using the state? So how can the voucher industry can contribute to that chain and keep the employees happy? Because in the end, it doesn't matter if the facilities or the benefits are coming from the state or from the company. Please, sir.
It's a very good question. And let's say that we are already, as a voucher industry, we are already contributing to the economic growth. It's not talking about future, it's talking about what is happening today and what was happening in the past. And at the end, the voucher industry is something that is not only happening in Romania. I mean, we are talking about more than 40 countries in which vouchers are given in both paper or digital to the employees. So it's something that really works. It's something that is really matching, from one side, the employee quality of life needs, because when you provide this kind of services, they feel really very good. And they, I mean, at the end, you are activating the economy, okay? If this money is not given to the employees, let's say, the full economical chain is not starting to work. And what I mean is that you receive money. If you don't receive this money, you will not go to eat or to buy outside first, okay? So when you receive this money, it's activating this. You go and you buy. When you buy, it's activating the full supply chain, food, providers, suppliers, manufacturers, everything. And then at the end, it's going to the last point, which is the consumption. So everything is working together in this economical chain and benefit. And this is at the end bringing to the state a lot of taxes, and mainly coming from VAT and also company tax. Okay, so it's very much demonstrated that the voucher system is bringing huge economical benefits to the different states. So it's very, very much demonstrated. Then what is happening? That sometimes when someone thinks, okay, oh, the state is giving a tax benefit to the employees, so it's a cost for the state budget. If you look just on this part, yes, the answer is yes. But if you look at the end on the P&L, on the final results of the state, you're getting more revenues than costs. You're having a profit. So the state is really getting more and more money coming from this system. But when you only look into one part of the story, which is, okay, now if I do the exemption, there is a cost, yes, of course, but it's not the reality. The reality is that everyone is getting a big benefit on this, the economy. And again, this is something that is happening almost everywhere in the world. So it's something we're very much studied and analyzed. So the voucher industry is also making to create a lot of jobs, no? Because making all this consumption at the end, restaurants, retailers, everyone has to really bring new people on board and create jobs, no? So at the end, there is a big impact in financials for the state. Secondly, for the employees, as you can imagine, is huge, even if it's still the face value given for meal, for example, for the meal vouchers or cards, is still very low if we compare with other countries. We're talking about 20 lei per day, working day. It was increased 18 months ago from 15 to 20, but it's still very far. So it should be at least 30, 35, at least, to in order to cover employee needs. But okay, it was a good step moving from 15 to 20, but I think we should move forward to further increase it. But at the end, again, this is bringing a very good match, quality of life for the employees, economical benefits. But all of this cannot be done if the digitalization solutions and the legislation for digital is not moving as well in parallel. Okay, we are demanding some digitalization amendments that were already presented. Now are a bit frozen given the current context, but this needs to move also. So all together at the end will be continue to be a very good impact for the state. And at the end, we are talking that 5 million workers, which is majority of it in Romania, are really getting benefit from this. So this means that it's something good for everyone.
Yes, it is. It is, and actually, there are many, especially the young people. They are asking for benefits, and they are asking for things that are outside the paycheck.
No, exactly. At the end is that if you don't offer the benefit to your employees or new talents, you need to attract talents, but you also need to retain talents. If you are not offering those systems to those people, they will not come to you because you will be completely below average of the industry. So that's why you as a company need to think how you really want to give to your employees, to keep this environment. And we see in Romania, the retention rate is very, I mean, the let's say turnover rate in terms of employees is very high because it's almost full employment rate, technical full employment in Romania. So if you are not giving at least the same at the industry in which you operate, you are completely out of the game. So that's very important. Yeah.
Okay, and now we are talking about what workforce we already have. But I want to ask Ms. Dragomir from Adecco, what are the skills that the workforce misses today? What do you think company needs and they can't find today in the Romanian workforce?
Okay, so I can start by saying that Romania is still a very attractive market for foreign investors, for company wanting to do business here, because our people, our candidates, our workforce, it's motivated, has experience, and in the past we were looking for some skills, but due to last year's and what's happening this year, we did a research, we have a study done on it, and the skill seems to change and adapt to the current situation. So if years ago we were looking for leadership and communications and some time management and some project management, now we're looking for totally different skills. We try to have employee engagement. And as Manuel mentioned before, that's done by trust, by freedom of choice, and by flexibility. So those are skills that we're looking for our employer, but also for the employees joining companies. We're looking for emotional intelligence, which is something that they need in order to pass all these uncertain situations and that we are living. We're looking for assertive communication because the new generation is more direct, and they manage to look for things online or Google or wherever, but they need a very direct and assertive way of communicating. We're looking for a high level of autonomy, because people are looking for remote work or hybrid work, or they want to work from home, or to be digital nomads, as was mentioned. They need to have a high level of autonomy to be able to do that, because the manager is not going to be there physically. Remote leadership is also required, as well as the impact they want to feel from distance. They want the sense of belonging, and maybe they're not close physically to the team or belong to a community because they work remote, but they need to have that belonging. They need to see that they have a contribution to the well of the company.
Okay, I think that I would like to ask the same question to Ms. Visian from BestJobs. Can you name the specific skills that the youngest generation have today?
Especially digital skills, which helps them a lot. They can learn a new tool. They can adapt fast to any kind of digital interaction. I mean, it's pretty easy for them. Also, they learn fast. They learn fast on themselves when they need to solve something, and they are using, of course, technology. So this is use of technology is one of the most important skills they have. Maybe the second one is autonomy, and they even though they need guidance and someone to guide them, but they are on their own and they figure it out how to do stuff on their own in their own way. Definitely they are trustful. They are thinking when they found that truth, they are really thinking about it and really feeling it, and they can find it in a company or in the team. They fight for it and they're eager to stay there. What can I say? Flexibility. They are not that stiff, and they are eager to try new things. Even though they are changing the department, for example, in a trainee program, it's very good for them because they adapt fast, and this flexibility helps them. Native flexibility helps them integrate better in the team, in a company, in a work environment, which can be new for them. And also, I think, looking a little bit on the skills they have, they speak foreign languages. We can see that in the profiles, in the CVs we have on BestJobs, that the majority of the profiles in the younger segment, they speak one or two languages, which they've learned also in school, but also by themselves, because you have a lot of tools and ways to learn something like this. And a foreign language, it helps, especially if it's something special, and many companies are looking for unusual languages, except English, French, German. So yeah, I think this would be the main skills they have, and they can show off with them in front of the employer.
Okay, we have just a little time before the end, and I have a question that I want to ask all the speakers. Considering the situation today in the workforce, where do you think we will be in 2 years or in 5 years? How will it evolve and change? And I would like to start, Mr. Kolb.
Maybe I would also come back what was said before with these advantages of the young generation. This I can really confirm. The language capabilities, what we see here in Romania, it's amazing. When I look at our company with international business, if you have business with a French, we present them a French-speaking guy, with Spain a Spanish-speaking guy, and English is our company. There, the people are really the best English speakers overall, much better than the Germans. Okay, but coming back to your question, where we will be in 5 years? I said before, industry is heading to Industry 4.0. This is at the end. We can see that in my company very, very clear. So we are going for robots, cobots, automation, also digital robots where administration processes are robotized at the end of the day. And that means we're coming more and more in this situation that our environment is changing. We will have in the number of unskilled the possibilities to go down, but it will go for this mid-sized people which have to be still work, but where this digital knowledge is needed and where it can be used. So we will have in the unskilled operators level, we will stay or we will go down because we automate. In the key topic, if you want to expand the industry, that is at the end, then the mid-term, where the technicians, the mechanical engineers with digital knowledge, there we need that. Okay, and the other segment where we were talking before, yes, for sure, this is ongoing. This will develop as it is. This is also increasing. The question will be we bring enough people in Romania for these segments?
Okay, the same question for Ms. Buzoianu, please.
Sorry, I lost the connection, the internet connection for 50 seconds, and so I heard the beginning of the question, which regarded the future of working place in the next few years, but I don't know if there was something added to that.
No, actually, where do you think we will be in 2 to 5 years in the workforce, the entire workforce in Romania, considering where we are today and how we evolved in the last years? How will it change? Where will it be?
So yeah, in 2 years from now, I suppose we are going to be outside the COVID pandemic, and the idea that or hopefully we are going to be outside. So basically, I think that moment when we are outside of danger from that risk, it's going to be very interesting for the working place, for the labor place, because right now we are adapting all our procedures, all our internal way of.
It looks like we have some trouble with the connection. Somebody took over. So can we, I don't know, let's move on to Mr. Amezaga, please.
Okay, thank you. Well, for me, in how I see in the workforce in 2 to 5 years, in the case of Romania, I see that you will not work anymore from one city. I mean, you can be working for me, living in Sibiu, living in Timișoara, living whatever. So employees will be living anywhere, any place. So I don't see, again, offices as we were before. So we will be able to offer to our employees, not to all the employees, this kind of possibilities. I see also that it will be probably a challenge for the companies to keep this belonging topic in which you really love your company, your brand. Now this will be more challenging in some years because you will be working, again, not physically in many cases. But what I see is that this will also bring a lot of opportunities. I'm sure about that. And you will be able to hire people that you would never expect to hire, that are working even from different countries for Romania. So what I say is that when also Romania in terms of IT is very much advanced, the speed also of the internet is very good. So Romania, if it's able to legislate correctly and really able to take some risk and move forward, I think can be a really role model in this evolution. Because you have the talent, and we have the talents in Romania. We have people that really wants to work hard, who really wants to evolve, and we have the foundation to make it. Okay, so this is, and I see Romania to be a very good role model, as we saw before with IT guys. We have fantastic ones here, and now with this evolution, this young population moving forward and pushing hard, there is a great opportunity. So I see the country evolving in that way, and at the end, again, as I said, it will not matter where you work from, because at the end this will not be an issue anymore. So I'm very positive about that, and I'm really always, I like always to look forward and think that we need to make those changes, and the companies and people who can really have some influence on this has to take some risks and really bet for it, because Romania can do it and has all the foundations to really evolve and be a role model, definitely. Yeah.
And hopefully we will be. Let's say. Okay, so Miss Buzoianu, if we have you back, can you please?
Yes, I don't know what's happening. So basically, I'm just going to keep it short.
Technology.
It's technology. It's technology. So if it doesn't work, you can't do anything today. Basically, what I was saying is that the changes that we've seen throughout this last 2 years, they've been implemented at very high speed. And what it's interesting to see, and for me to, I'm very curious to see if once the pandemic is over, if we're going to use this whole new procedures and this whole new flows in the companies, that if we're going to use them after the pandemic is over, because I've seen that the pandemic here in Romania obviously had terrific consequences, but also pushed forward the digital instruments being used in companies and in public sector. And for me, the curiosity lies in the fact that once this is over, I would like to see the marketplace, the labor place, just not go back to what it was previous to that.
Okay, Miss Dragomir, please, can you tell us your vision about the future?
I can feel and I can sense that the HR community, the recruitment needs of companies are increasing as we speak. So obviously 2021 was much better and different than 2020 than last year. What I can say is that indeed Industry 4.0 and in automation and digitalization and digital transformation will change. What I see now, and I think it's gonna happen in the future as well, is the need for blue collars and the need for hard skills and the needs for technical people in mainly all industries and in all domains. So that's something that we need to happen, to change, to improve. As I mentioned, the reconvention, as I mentioned, the vocational schools, and as I mentioned, the help needed from the state. So that's something we have to work on, but hopefully will happen, because Romania is very attractive. We have the right can-do attitude. We have the right motivation. We have smart people that just need a chance. If they're young, they need to have internship. If they're not young, was affected, we need to move them in a different industry. In terms of blue collar, for example, we noticed that to attract them and to keep them, you have to think of good and nice compensation packages. You need to think of benefits. And as Manuel mentioned, we move from 15 to 20. Maybe we have to take the next step and move to a little bit higher than that in order to make it attractive for them. It's a matter of retention, of engagement. It's a matter of us, private and state sector, think how can we help investors coming and people getting the jobs and the compensation they need.
Okay, and our last speaker, please, Miss Visian, tell us your vision.
Yeah, all my previous speakers mentioned every important point, so I will just need to sum up. And how we see the next years is that we'll be focused on automation in every department and every domain. It will be needed to have more technical skills developed. Companies should consider flexibility to offer to employees, even though they are young ones or even though they are the senior ones. And of course, mobility. It will be about mobility. We'll need to be allowed to work from anywhere and go with that thing in mind to free the work, to be able to give performance in any kind of setup. And of course, the companies will need to adapt the pack of benefits to every segment of the workforce needs. One thing will be needed for blue collars, as you were saying before, and another kind of benefits will be needed for white collars or gold collars. So everything will need to be very carefully mentioned and very carefully adapted for each segment. So I think will be in the next years will still be the hunting process very present in our lives. I mean, all the companies will hunt the talents and will need to give forces and give time to find them.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this was actually a very interesting discussion about the workforce, and I really thank you for being here and sharing with us all your ideas. Hopefully, next time we will be together in the same place and stop being just online and everybody looking in a computer to see it. So thank you, and I'm sure that we're going to see each other again in the coming events. And we're going to thank you. And we're going to take a short break, 5 to 10 minutes break, and we come back with the second panel of the day, the sustainable economy. Thank you everybody, and goodbye.
Pleasure. Thank you.
It's fun.
Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Suntem o companie de investiții dinamică și inovatoare cu profesioniști pregătiți să repete performanța. Evergent Investments arată unde am ajuns și cine vom fi în viitor. Administrăm eficient activele și riscul, investim curajos pentru a genera valoare pe termen lung. Transformăm oportunitățile în profit.
name says it all. A dynamic, lively community in a productive surrounding. Hospitality is key. Therefore, our MyHive team actively provides support at all times. MyHive focuses on innovative prime office concepts to deliver excellent infrastructure to our tenants to exceed their expectations.
Thank you. From here on, it's members only. With your membership card, you are allowed to pass and enjoy all amenities. My membership is for all of those who do not need a fixed desk. You can use it at any MyHive location and get access to the MyHive community, the MyHive app, and of course, the MyHive lounges. Talking about MyHive lounges, they are perfect to take time off and relax. But wait until you have seen my desk. You enjoy the advantages of a shared office, and it's bookable from 1 month. We are on a 3-month assignment for an IT company, and my desk is the perfect match for me and my colleagues.
Hey guys, do you want to join us for coffee in the MyHive lounge after work?
Sure, why not?
Cool. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. We've got an architectural competition coming in a few days, but I'll show you my room. It's actually the perfect solution for a small team, or even a larger one. It's a private room with all the amenities of a shared office.
Thank you.
Sure. And you can book it for as little as 1 month and 2 desks. Sorry, I'm off to a workshop in the conference room. I'll see you later. Whoops.
Oh, never mind. That's the nice thing about MyHive. It's full of opportunities. We are a listed company with over 150 employees in a highly competitive market, always aiming for the top. And that's why we choose my office. We need tailor-made solutions that are state-of-the-art when it comes to interior design, top-notch IT infrastructure, and a high-level security. I have to go to a meeting. Come and join me.
As you can see, we have the costs completely under control.
Mereu implicat în coordonarea afacerii tale? Îți venim în ajutor cu pachetul pentru digitalizare de la Mastercard. Ai sprijin juridic, tehnic și pentru promovare, prețuri preferențiale pentru beneficiile oferite angajaților tăi, asigurare gratuită pentru cumpărături online, acces exclusiv în locațiile Mastercard Business și la evenimente profesionale și multe alte beneficii. Descoperă-le pe toate pe mymastercard.ro. Cere acum cardul Mastercard Business de la emitenții parteneri.
Tendința mondială actuală preconizează că până în anul 2050, aproximativ 70% din populație va locui la oraș, ridicând astfel mari probleme de gestionare a resurselor, a mobilității și a spațiului. Soluția la aceste provocări poate fi Smart City, conceptul care are în vedere funcționarea coordonată și integrarea în sisteme de comunicație a tuturor componentelor unui astfel de oraș, rețele de utilități, clădiri publice, servicii de urgență.
Într-un astfel de context, este evident mai mult ca oricând că există viață atunci când există energie. Schneider Electric produce astăzi tehnologii care asigură energie pentru viața la standarde de calitate oriunde, oricând și pentru oricine. Iar dacă vorbim despre calitatea vieții, atunci trebuie să luăm în considerare și aspectele privind sănătatea.
De câte ori ne punem întrebări precum cum vreau să arate spitalul în care mă tratez sau în ce condiții lucrează personalul care mă tratează. Statisticile internaționale arată că până în anul 2050, populația de peste 60 de ani se va dubla. Prin urmare, este evident că amplasamentele medicale vor fi din ce în ce mai solicitate. Acestea se numără totodată printre clădirile cele mai mari consumatoare de energie dintr-un oraș.
Se naște astfel întrebarea, cum pot face față spitalele unor astfel de provocări? O soluție este utilizarea infrastructurilor inteligente, în care informația critică circulă permanent direct către persoana potrivită. Siguranța pacienților, experiența acestora intraspitalicească și eficiența gestionării resurselor reprezintă cei 3 mari piloni care trebuie luați în considerare la construcția sau modernizarea unui spital încă din fază de proiectare. Sălile de operație și terapie intensivă reprezintă
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Hello, hi, yes, we started to have audio.
No.
No? Can we hear and see each other?
Yes, at last it works. Sorry about that. I had a little bit of a problem to hear you. Now I hear you fine.
Okay, does everybody hear and see? Just let's wave a little.
Yes.
Good. All right. Thank you for joining me and welcome to the final panel of this year's Foreign Investors Summit. Many interesting topics have been discussed already during yesterday and today, from the pandemic to the workforce, from opportunities to issues and so on. And we are here to conclude by talking about how do we ensure not only a great present, but also a future for the generations to come. So we're going to talk sustainability. Before introducing the panel and thanking them for joining me today, I would like to put things in a little bit of context. We are business people here, and I know that many of us have experienced, like myself, firsthand, the race for better, faster, cheaper, and more. And we achieved a lot of that during the past years, and as we are currently enjoying as customers and consumers, a lot of the better, faster, cheaper, and more. And the trouble is that within the race, our footsteps on Earth became heavy and became large. And therefore, not very long ago, we started to introduce these concerns of leaving the Earth a great place for the generations to come. So we started to introduce in this equation, which is difficult already, and we all know that, better, faster, cheaper, more, and sustainable, right? And this is what we're going to discuss today, this very difficult equation. And as nobody can do this in isolation, what better forum to discuss about it than the Foreign Investors Summit? Let me introduce the panel now, together with whom we will debate and try not to solve this equation, but at least make some steps towards it. We have here Her Excellency, I can barely see you. We have here with us Her Excellency Laurence, the French ambassador in Romania, who is a great supporter and activist in the area of sustainability. Thank you, Your Excellency. Welcome to the panel. We have Jean Demeyere. I think my pronunciation is there.
That's correct.
Almost.
Yes.
Thank you very much from Speedwell. As I learned is that Jean got in love with Romania, and he's built a company which develop innovative and sustainable projects in AAA locations in Bucharest, Cluj, Timișoara, fighting for or working for beautiful and comfortable and green places for us to live in. We have Anna Cohen. Hello, Anna.
Hello.
From Hagag, listen to this, Hagag Development Europe. Is that correct?
Perfect pronunciation.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. They're known for their brave vision on the real estate market, where the urban renewal should start downtown, and also investing in the suburbs and the rise of the new young sustainable communities. We also have Alex Skouras, I believe.
Good morning, Kalimera to all.
Good morning, Kalimera. From Alesonor, the developers of the of two estates that I knew about for quite some time, Amber Gardens and Amber Forest, another brave approach to real estate, focusing on living spaces that are surrounded by a lot of nature. I don't know how do you manage that, so maybe you will tell us a bit later on. We have a lot of real estate around this panel, but we also have a major representative from the chemical industry. We have Tivadar Runtag, the CEO of Chimcomplex, one of among the largest producers of chemicals in the region, and that production includes biocides. Therefore, we deeply appreciate you've been under major pressure in the pandemic with a high need of disinfectants, and I understand that you also did some good deeds by donating significant quantities of disinfectants to hospitals. Thank you for that. Also, Chimcomplex seems to be on a good path to solving our equation. They are posting a growth to dream for, whilst taking really serious actions towards sustainable developments. So lots to learn from you.
Not a dream. Let's call it a vision, not a dream.
No, yeah, okay, sure. I meant the growth that you posted already, which is to dream for many businesses.
Thank you.
Sure, and thank you for being with us. And we have Iulian Sorescu. We have some legal brain around the panel. Iulian Sorescu is the partner, investment and state aid expert in Noerr, one of the most prominent legal houses in Romania, with about 20 years of experience in attracting and bringing in foreign investments. Welcome, Iulian.
Delighted to speak today.
Sure. So I'd like to create this environment in which we talk to each other and we share experiences, and we build on each other's ideas and thoughts. The main questions that we're going to go about in addressing that equation is how can foreign investors and Romania as government, business environment, society at large to support each other in developing sustainably, and what can we do together to make sustainability available, not only desirable, but also available and achievable, and also affordable as much as possible. So what can we learn from you guys, our panelists? And I'd like to start with Her Excellency to give us a little bit of a glimpse on sustainability at large, and then maybe tell us a few words about the European legislation package Fit for 55.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. It's quite an amazing situation. You know, the day the PNRR is in discussion in Brussels, and I was checking if I can say, okay, it's approved or not. Today you have this discussion about what next. And such a seminar, such a discussion, in my view, is one of those very crucial discussions we should have in the next weeks in an urgent matter, because as you know, PNRR has not, like the structural funds, this capacity of being postponed eternally if we don't engage and commit the money in the end of 2023. We will miss the opportunity of this amazing 29.9 billion euro sum of capacities to transform and get into the sustainable development agenda. I'm not giving any details because I would feel, which is today a day of great hope with this new PNRR decision, I would not start to be, you know, with the back or black ideas, saying, okay, we are late, we cannot do it, etc. PNRR is ahead of us. It has different rules. The structural funds for the future will have different rules as well. Less infrastructure, more policy decisions. So as a whole, I would say that in my view, Romania is the best member state in the EU towards transformation of the economy and the businesses for sustainable development, because it has the green light for all those mechanisms and policies. So what is at stake, and where is the package Fit for 55 in this perspective? You would have imagined I wanted to talk to you about Fit for 55 because this was the main, of course, discussion this week as Glasgow, the COP26 is starting, but clearly the package, which was announced with 12 directives in the European Commission on the 13th of July is late. Why is it late? Because the pandemic situation, because of different aspects of the EU, you know, made that the different texts, which were already heavy, are not all ready. So I'm not going today to discuss about French presidency and what we aim at in the Fit for 55 package, because first of all, we respect very much the Romanian presidency. They are in affairs leading the council, and I'm not going to prejudge what they're going to achieve in December. At this stage, we have policy making discussions about it. We took a lot of time about resilience in the pandemic times and what is recovery in this very strange period where the pandemic is not finished. And second, because France and the French presidency, which starts only in January, is not completely sure what is the priority. What I can see is that if you mix PNRR with what we know from PNRR, so a big amount of money, for instance, on the construction aspects and a big energy package, and I would mention as well another fund, because there is a lot of tools today in the EU on energy transformation. It is called the Transformation Fund. It is called the benchmark with the different neighbors. If you took Croatia, if you took Czech Republic, if you took Greece, for instance, you could have a good elements of countries who did this transformation. I will not only mention what we can do as a French embassy and what we can do in this new period. So first of all, we should talk. We should explain what is sustainable economy and what sustainability can be and how it can be an opportunity for foreign investors and for the companies who are already in Romania. Why is it important to have this message and this communication? It is very clear. It is because in the EU discussion or in the grand public, it's not in the middle, it's not in the loom. So as European deciders, as a French ambassador, I'm multiplying the different panels to explain what we are talking about and what we can do. What is our leverage in this topic? So first of all, the Fit for 55 package is speaking about energy and transport legislation. We didn't start the discussions. So if you see, okay, it's going to be putting catalytic catalyzers to all lorries or all airplanes, this is not on the agenda yet. On the agenda, for instance, you have to reduce the emissions of CO2, a decision which is called the energy mix decision, where the minister last year, the ministers as a whole, decided to make a communication about, because if we take only the objective to reduce by 55 the emissions of the EU in the years 30, you will immediately imagine that we have a problem because the energy crisis have reached us. So what are we going to do? So this was a very important element. Virgil Popescu joined a group of ministers putting the question about what is our energy mix in this new period and how can we cope with the energy crisis. Second, I would mention what the French companies can do in this perspective and in this period. First of all, we have to be, so I started from the top, explaining where we stand, you know, European Commission, European Council, the presidencies, the ministers, the ambassadors, and you can, of course, ask me where we stand as well. And then down in the process, we have plenty of assets. We have, of course, a lot of French companies, but we have a lot of foreign companies. So my first remark would be that don't imagine that the French companies or the German companies in Romania, they don't know how to do it. They did it already in France. This question about automobile sector is at stake in every country. And so we are ready to have this kind of strategic vision for 5 years with our companies. They are strong, they are resilient, and they are happy in Romania. If I take, for instance, the Renault Dacia numbers, if you look at the economic model, you realize that the profits in Romania and the model in Romania is completely sound. There is no difficulty to consider the future and the evolution of the future model of the automobile economy. We did a marathon, a business marathon with all the French companies in Craiova, Pitești, Ploiești 2 weeks ago to discuss about the next step in that perspective, because of course, our companies, they know where they're going and they know how to deal with transformation of the companies. So first remark, adapting the production process with companies in Romania that know about the legislation, the transformation, and the things at stake. I mean, there is a solidarity being put for Romania. There are incentives that have been given to Romania that doesn't exist in France. Let's be clear, you have an asset which is huge. In your portfolios of assets, I would mention the capacities of the country to adapt quickly, the capacities of the companies as well to have a dialogue. You know, for instance, that we have with CCIFER or with the Coaliția pentru Dezvoltare segments, working groups, they are ready to include sustainable development in the next discussion with the authorities. And we have actually on the ground experiences of activities of French companies, but I'm sure of many other companies that could be interesting. Of course, I'm thinking about, again, about energy, and ENGIE is working on hydrogen in France, but in Spain, for instance, in Belgium, ENGIE, can I remember that ENGIE is a large European group that has so much of experience of renewable energy. It was, I remember seeing the CEO of ENGIE at an ambassadors conference when I was in charge of the EU directorate in 2016, and she arrived saying, we're going to switch to renewable in 10 years. So we are not alone, and we are not without strategies and without tools. If I take again another segment, which is so important in Saint-Gobain, because you have a huge sum of money, Saint-Gobain developed energy efficiency building materials. Or you have for the electricity, Schneider Electric here, developing energy and industrial innovative solutions. In all this package, I would like to finish mentioning two things. First of all, let's remember that a government is able to take incentives, tax incentives, and incentive for greenfield investments. I mean, again, we discussed that with the different ministers since my arrival,
in our panel
and we also discussed about legislative frameworks, which would be incentive towards this perspective that would attract new investors to develop sustainable projects on all the change, the valuable change for sustainable economy and energy. The second element would be is not about only the role of the state, but it's also the role of the administration. And here, let me mention, and that will be my last word to launch this discussion, that there is a big capacity of Romania to transform on the digital economy. It's a productive sector, but it's also e-gov. So let's be very sure that we can actually put into projects this transformation because on e-administration, on PNRR, and on digital economy, we have plenty of solutions beside the industrial and the Fit for 55 package. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I think we've learned a lot from you, and there is a lot of positive message in what you said. It seems that the road will not be necessarily smooth, but there is a lot of opportunity, and we will have a lot of opportunity. I think that you mentioned some things that are relevant for our panelists today, and we may come back to you in the discussion to see how you can support, help, and how we can support and help the French communities, the French companies in Romania. Now, to go a little bit down in our discussion, to get deeper in our discussion, I'd like to propose the topic of approaches to sustainable developments in Romania. That is, what do we do and what do you do in the panel towards sustainable development? And I'd like to start with Jean Demeyere, whereas sustainability seems to be the keyword in everybody's on everyone's lips and in everyone's minds, hopefully these days. What is Speedwell's sustainability strategy, and how do you implement it in your projects?
Thank you. I have to agree with Her Excellency. I think we know exactly what to do to make a building, and I'm talking about the real estate sector now, but we know exactly what to do, how to make a building sustainable. It's not nuclear science anymore today. Well, maybe I should rephrase that. The engineers know exactly what to do to make a building sustainable, but it can be clearly measured. So we have different methods. We have BREEAM certifications, we have LEED, we have WELL certification. So there's no nuclear science here, and the knowledge is there among us. Now, how do we do it in our office? So when we design a certain project, we take the consultants into the design procedure from the start. This is the first thing. The second thing is we have our own internal procurement team. So for every material that we choose to use in a certain project, sustainability plays a very big part in decision taking. We try to buy locally. We also look at, of course, the economical point of every product, but also how sustainable is that product and how does it stand within our certification. Now, I think the second part of the question is much more interesting. So we have a strategy, but how do you implement that strategy into this design process or in the real estate process? Now, I think for a lot of us, sustainability still stands in the corner where it's a little bit boring, if I might say. It's only figures and heat losses, but it's much more than that. We are very lucky within Speedwell that we have our own internal architects. We also have our own internal engineers who are looking at a certain project. And so to give you, I will go to a simple example. What do we do when we want to procure a certain piece of land to develop a real estate project? Now, the first thing we normally do is we throw away the PUZ. A lot of PUZs that are being done today have a certain cut and pot which are not creating a sustainable project. So we throw that from the table and we start from scratch. So what does it mean starting from scratch? We have a certain work method, and I don't know how to explain it in Romanian nor in English. We call it in our language a charrette. Maybe the French ambassador knows what I mean. A charrette is like a carriage. It's something you put behind the horse. And what does it mean? Is that in fact all the stakeholders, you should get involved in sustainability. And when we design a certain project, we lock them up for 12, 14 hours, and they only have one objective. They have one objective to come up with a conceptual, sustainable design. And it's really locking people inside the room. And who is there? The architects are there, the urbanists are there, the engineers are there, also structural and MEP engineers are there, urbanists are there, also the people who are giving the certifications are there, and we have to come up with a certain sustainable design, and we call this a charrette. And most of the time, what comes out of that project, of that, let's say, first discussion, is a sustainable, nice project. Now, the nice thing about this is that you get everybody involved in the idea of sustainability and becomes more fun. It's just not about figures, it's more about also conceptual design. And I can give you a very simple example. If we design a certain project, one of the key questions in a lot of projects we do is what do we do with the rainwater? Okay, we know we have to buffer the rainwater. It comes from the sky when it rains, and you have to buffer it before you give it into the sewage. Now, the easy solution there is, of course, okay, let's build an underwater rainwater tank of X cubic meters, which costs a lot of money, which is also maybe not sustainable. Now, the landscape designer might say, okay, let's use that rainwater and create a certain pond where the water can infiltrate into the ground. And then the architect says, okay, nice, we can have let's say a certain small pond inside our project. Let's build around that pond, let's build some sitting areas so people can have communication, so people can create a community. And then again, the architect says, maybe, okay, close to that waiting place, we can also create a play garden for children. Okay, we have a play garden for children. Again, communities are being created. We need shadow. Okay, we have to plant trees. The landscaper comes up with trees. So this creates, in fact, a whole sustainable project. And I think, honestly, there is no self-respecting developer, nor also in Romania, and I think all over the world, who is today creating non-sustainable buildings. I think we are all aware of the urgency of the matter, and we all agree that this is the first thing that we have to look at. Now, we have to make a differentiation then between commercial and residential. Still, I think in Romania, the residential market is still very price-driven. The price per square meter is a decision factor for a lot of clients that are buying in our projects. But looking at the commercial real estate, like offices and shops, I think there is no question about it anymore. You cannot allow yourself to build an unsustainable project today. For a very simple reason, every company that comes into your project asks for certain certifications, WELL, LEED, BREEAM, excellent certification, otherwise they will not lease in your building. That's very simple. The second part is, and we start to feel that also, and it's also a good wave for the moment, a lot of banks today are not financing you anymore if you do not have a sustainable building. And the third part, which is also very important, if you build a project and you want to exit or you want to sell the project to a certain fund or to an institutional fund, they will request that your building has all the BREEAM certification, all the certifications for sustainability, not only for today, but also for the next 5 to 10 years. So this makes a very big change for us. So for us, sustainability for everything that's commercial is essential. Now let's go back to the residential part. This is a little bit more difficult. To convince a certain buyer that he will have less energy costs is still today not a decision-taking factor, and it's a pity. And then I reach my hand out to the authorities again. At that moment, the authorities play a very important key role. There should be certain incentivations towards buyers of real estate that if they buy in a sustainable building, maybe they get a lower VAT, maybe they get lower property taxes, and that's how you incentivize it. As you mentioned,
exactly, and I think.
Excuse me.
I think that this topic. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So as you mentioned in your beginning, it's sustainability is not only in Romania, not only in Europe, but all over the world, a very important fact. Just look at countries in Europe who did it in a certain way. They made certain measures which made good changes and which made bad changes. Just choose what has worked in other countries and try to implement it also here to the local authorities. And one of the most important parts, I think the new buildings are all sustainable, but what do we do with the old buildings? I think this is a very important factor today. We always talk about new buildings and new development to be sustainable, but there are a lot of buildings, and there's a huge stock of buildings being built in the 60s, 70s, when sustainability was not an important factor at all. What do you do with those buildings? Do you refurbish them? To a certain point, you have to increase the insulation, you have to redo the windows, which is a huge cost. And what we see today is that a lot of people who live in those buildings are not able to afford these refurbishments. Now, again, look around Europe, look around the world. You can have a certain implication, tax implications on empty lands in Bucharest. A lot of lands are just sitting there that can be developed. Tax those lands that are empty today, increase your property tax, and use that money to refurbish old buildings. It's a give and take. You will start new industries of refurbishing, and you get a tax from buildings that are being just lost. Also, old buildings which are empty today, just tax those buildings, and you have a huge income from that point of view. And the last point, and then I will stop. I know I'm taking too long because it's something I care about a lot, but. We talk about real estate, which is about, and the whole sector is about 16% of the carbon footprint, I think, today. The other 16%, that's also a very huge factor on the carbon footprint, is traffic and circulation. And I gave a speech, I think 6 years ago here in Bucharest about the whole organization of infrastructure and the use of cars. And Bucharest is still one of the most congested cities in the world, to be honest, today. And I told during that speech, I think it will change in 3 or 4 years. And somebody came to me after that speech and he said, Romanians and their car, they will never leave their car. And I told him, we wait and we'll see in 4 or 5 years, it will change. And unfortunately, the guy was right. Nothing changed today. And to talk about the real estate sector now, what we do see is that we build certain residential developments around transport hubs, and we do not sell the parking today. So how sustainable is that? That you build something that cannot be used at the end because people do not want parking in those days. So what you could do, again, authorities, please work together with us. If you say, okay, you have 100 apartments, you need 120 parkings, maybe you build only 50, but for the 70 you're missing, you just pay a certain tax to the authorities, and the authorities take that tax and use it to invest in infrastructure. Sustainability only works together with authorities. We are doing everything we can, and I think everybody around the panel will agree with me. We are doing everything possible to make sustainable buildings, but we need the help and the approval of the authorities today. And sometimes I feel I'm crying in the desert. Okay.
Well, hopefully not for long. Hopefully at some point we all will be heard. Thank you very much, Jean, for the awesome insights. I agree with you, and I'm sure everybody does, that authorities need to step in and need to start helping out much more. And we will jump to that discussion towards the end of the panel. Now let's go on about these approaches to sustainable development in Romania and ask Anna about the investor-developer approach at Hagag Europe in terms of sustainable development.
So, first of all, very interesting panel so far. I think Jean cannot be more accurate, and I fully agree with what was stated, and we will get to that soon. For the sake of whoever might not exactly know who we are or what we are doing, I would just say that briefly, we are a real estate investor developer. We are specialized in residential and commercial projects in Bucharest, and a very significant part of our investment is concentrated in prime locations across Bucharest, and mainly the city center, where we have and we are still developing several urban renewal, urban regeneration projects. So as we see it, investors as well as municipalities and governments not only can but should play a key role in making a city sustainable. We now live in a world where most of the population lives in urban areas, and the real estate industry absolutely has a crucial role in providing durable and long-lasting solutions. And also we are putting all our best efforts into building as sustainable as possible. So I would say that for us, sustainability is mainly about the responsibility and the potential that the real estate industry holds to help a city reach its best version. And of course, that talking about Romania or Bucharest specifically, we still have a long way to go. This reaching of potential can be done by taking the efforts to protect and to treasure the cultural, historical, architectural heritage of the city. It can be done by using prime durable construction materials, which we do and implement in our projects, working with designated teams specialized specifically for certain construction phases that might be very delicate and unique and require a particular kind of attention. And of course, trying to integrate as many green elements as we can in a way that will allow us to, let's say, secure the lasting of our assets over time, for a longer period of time, and not just for the near future. I can address a few examples to continue the discussion. So, for example, if we take our office building on Victoria 109, which is a building over 70 years old, where we managed to transform this old, not used office space into a contemporary, open, bright office building with facilities that are similar to Class A office buildings, and is now excellent BREEAM in use certified, which is a very important criteria in, when talking about office development. If we talk about Victoria 139, which is a residential building, so we have taken a building that is over 8 years old and was found, and when was bought by us, was in a very advanced stage of degradation, not used, of course. And there we've managed to completely refurbish this beautiful building that is now very well seen from by whoever walks down Calea Victoriei. Not only this, it also... Yes.
It is seen and it is popular, and actually those buildings on Calea Victoriei are landmark buildings. So yeah, you did a great job with them.
Thank you very much, and we absolutely appreciate the reaction that we are getting from the public for this kind of projects that we are engaged in, and this is exactly why we find this niche very important and something that we will continue to follow. But not only, because I can also talk about our other projects, both in central areas but also outside of the city center. If we...
Let's hold that thought a little bit, because I was thinking to discuss, first of all, to open the topic what we do in sustainable development, and then I'd like to dive in the urban developments and also surrounding areas like suburbs development.
For sure.
And also that's the place where it is this topic of shooting, right? Maybe. But before that, I'd like to give the floor a little bit to Mr. Runtag and tell us how the chemistry sector looks and from the perspective of sustainability. And actually, I heard you talking about circular economy at some point in an interview, and a topic that is very close to my heart and the business I'm in right now. So please tell us what you do.
Well, maybe not like Jean, who says that we know and we do already. I would be a little more modest and say that we know already what is the direction. The subtitle of the panel is how sustainability can be an opportunity for foreign investors across the industries in Romania. And I would like to break it down a little step by step. Whenever we talk about investments, the little I know about investors is that they always want to have a return on their investment. They want to have a good return at a relatively low risk within a reasonable time frame. When we talk about sustainability, then my approach is that you cannot be wrong, because there might be short-term priorities to prevail sustainability, but all of us, when we are at the age and having children, grandchildren, we start thinking about indeed what we leave to them. So you cannot make a mistake by investing in sustainability. Sustainability is about indeed a circle of the economy, as they call. And if we talk about sustainability, chemical industry within all the industries is the only one who can use the waste materials not only to produce energy, but to turn the waste into molecules and use it as a feedstock. So when we talk about circular economy, it is, well, you start with the raw materials, then you manufacture it, you distribute, there is a consumption, usage, and then you have to collect the waste and recycle it. It is only the chemical industry that knows how to recycle something chemically, not just mechanically. You pressure and then you make something similar, but to subtract everything into molecules and produce something eventually different than what it used to be. And this is not science fiction anymore. We know that there are technologies. We know that we know that we can make it. Depending on the composition of the feedstock, the technology, the cleanness of the separation of the waste, we can guarantee the end product, which is recycled. And the chemical industry is somewhere in between the those who are the producers of raw materials, basic feedstock, and other industries such as the construction industry. Whenever we talk about a sustainable building, then one of the basic blocks of this building must be the proper insulation. And the insulation material is something which is called rigid polyol that is produced by chemical industries, companies like Chimcomplex, for instance. And there are a number of other products, not only the biocides that you mentioned earlier, which are vital, but also products that are used for a circular and sustainable economy later on. Now that not only, sorry?
Can you give us a couple of examples of such products?
Well, let me give you one example, which is the windmill turbine, for instance. This is the blades of this windmill are also made of polyol. So if you want to produce sustainable energy or recycled energy from renewable energy, then you have to use a number of plastics, a number of chemical compounds that make it possible. Now, talking still about the chemical industry, it is also interesting that we hear mostly about sustainability in frame of how we can use renewable materials for energy, or even waste, collected waste to produce energy, hydrogen to produce energy. Chemical industry is the only one that can use this collected waste not only for energy production, but as a feedstock, as a raw material, by simply decomposing with chemical recycling and shaping it. So in a nutshell, what I want to say that investing in general in chemical industry is again relatively low risk decision if you think on a long term. Why in Romania? Yeah, so we're talking about why sustainability, why chemical industry, and why in Romania. Romania is extremely rich in raw materials that are necessary for chemical industry. We have here the crude oil, we have here natural gas, we have sunshine even today, we have water, salt, and this is a very strong basis for chemical production. Based on these raw materials, the total chemical production of the country is something like 2 billion euros in a year, and more than 50% of this output is exported, mostly to Western countries, to Western markets. It sounds like a good number.
Yep.
But if I add to another number, which is a 7 billion euro import, again mostly from Western countries, of finished products, finished chemicals, it shows that there is a big unbalance or a big gap between what we start processing and what we finally use in Romania, which means that investing in processing capacities, investing in sustainable processing capacities within Romanian chemical industry is, again, a very secure idea. Because if we can replace part of this 7 billion euro with local production by increasing the level of processing within Romania, then we have the market here, not only in Romania, but also in the region that we supply. And this market demand is growing. It grows much faster than in Western societies, probably because we start from a lower level.
Yes.
So the output of our industries has a secured market. There was a very interesting survey recently, which I heard that about 81% of interviewed customers plan to buy more sustainable products in the future. And more than half of them made a clear statement that they are willing and ready to pay a premium for sustainable products. This survey was carried out in Europe, the number is at the moment higher in Western Europe, or these ratios, these proportions are higher in Western Europe than in Eastern Europe, which tells me that we have a higher opportunity or more opportunity to grow. So in a nutshell, this is what I consider the path, that sustainability is a definitely good decision. To invest in chemical industry is definitely a good decision, and the chemical industry in Romania has a huge potential to fulfill this role. As we speak now, there is the CEFIC conference week. CEFIC is the European Chemical Association. The entire agenda is about the Green Deal and sustainability and circular economy. So everywhere in Europe, and also now in United States, in Australia, in China, who joined the Green Conventions, everywhere around the globe, sustainability and circular economy is a key topic. I was honored to be elected as a president of the Romanian Chemical Association 1 month ago. During the last weeks, I spoke with each and every member of the association, trying to find some common topics that we will have to represent. And the number one topic was the impact of the Green Deal on the chemical industry and on the economy in general. So sustainability is here, and it will sustain to be with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was, really, really interesting and very clear message from Mr. Runtag. Now, before going to the next topic about urbans, about cities and suburbs, is there anything that anybody would like to add, comment, maybe Iulian, maybe Alex?
Sure. It will be my... Iulian, may I start?
Yes, please.
Yes.
So thank you very much for the invitation. It's an honor being here and being in this panel. It's really great. I will just add a couple of things regarding the issue of the sustainability. There are many things that they had to be done and they are supposed to be done nowadays based on the NZEB regulations and rules that they are supposed to be in place already. We as Alesonor, being a company on the real estate segment since 2003, so 18 years now, we had this vision about sustainability, and Amber Gardens was actually our first project developed as a passive house project, certified from the Green Home perspective, and there are all these elements that they were also part of them already initially, previously discussed about the construction, about the materials they have to be used, about the technologies, bioclimatic design principle, things that they don't really have a cost, but many of them they are having mainly, they need time and a correct concept to be previously and properly thought prior to actually developing. And it has been a pity seeing that there were even neighborhoods of Bucharest being developed, first construction and then actual the development, while it should be developed and thought and planned properly. And I'm talking about streets, I'm talking about pavements, I'm talking about utilities, where you should be parking, where you should be able to proceed and go, and then start the construction of the buildings. And that's why you are seeing very often that this is not the ideal neighborhoods that you are seeing very, very often in Romania and in Bucharest as well. So talking about the NZEB principles about bioclimatic design, heat pumps, heat recovery units, photovoltaic panels, solar water collectors, thermal insulations, refreshing the air 24/7. We should be focusing out and looking towards the community, because as already previously said, the carbon footprint of traffic, it's not only the materials that we are using in construction, is huge. So imagine you're creating a neighborhood and you're not able to walk in this neighborhood because you do not have pavements, or you need to take your car to go to the supermarket, which may be 500 meters away, because maybe it's even within the whole community. So in my view, all stakeholders, we should be trying to sit together, local authorities, Romanian government, EU authorities, financial institutions and banks, of course, the development perspective from engineers and architects and everybody, as well as trying to learn, educate, and promote in the market. So this is actually what it will be also requested from the market and from the clients. This would be just very short from me. I'm happy to discuss in more details as the further discussion.
Thank you very much. I have a lot of questions, more questions from you for you later on, because I don't. Did you mention that to make a sustainable building, like all these materials that you need to put in and the developments that we need to do? Did you say, or did I heard wrongly, that do not have extra costs?
The issue of the cost is a very interesting perspective. They are having an extra cost, but the extra cost that they are having, and I'm more than happy to go in many more details, at the end of the story, if it's a proper promotion, learning, education from our team, starting from our sales team, the engineers, the architects, going and trying to transmit all these proper, let's say, ideas to all the stakeholders, and I'm going not only to the end users, to the buyers, to the clients, but to everybody as financial institutions and authorities. At the end of the story, it will be clear that this extra cost that the developer is putting today, he would be able to explain it properly to the other side, and the other side, meaning the buyer, the family that will be trusting us with their home and with their house, they would be able to have significant economies in their pockets in the lifetime of the project. It's very important to be clear this.
Yeah, definitely coming back to you when we talk about affordability and customer behavior. All right, anything, Iulian, you would like to say about sustainability at large and in general before diving in?
Yes, I would like to add some comments, and I would make a reference to the speech of Her Excellency Ambassador, who mentioned that Romania offers very good incentives for investors to come here. And that's true. With our experience in Noerr of more than 20 years in attracting investors and advising them how to get incentives in Romania, and not only in Romania, but in the region, in the Central Eastern Europe region. I know very well, and I share with everybody the fact that Romania has one of the best incentives to attract investors. In terms of state aid, 50% of the money invested in assets are returned as non-reimbursable funds. While if you move to the West, the percentages are decreasing to 30, to 25, to 15. So Romania has plenty of incentives and tools of attracting investors. Whether these incentives are dedicated specifically to sustainable business or not, that's a different story. And unfortunately, the answer is no. We don't have incentives specifically dedicated to sustainable projects. But on the other hand, Romania managed to offer the maximum state aid intensity available or accepted by the Commission. So in this race of attracting investors in Romania, the country or the government decided to offer the maximum. By offering the maximum, it means that investors will basically have a very high return rate, and therefore by having a very high return rate in Romania, they can afford invest in high value-added projects, in developing a nice solution, in protecting environment, in realizing green projects, and so on. So we offer basically as a country the platform for investors to come with high value-added projects, and thus we contribute to sustainability. I would develop this idea later on.
Yes, we'll come back to that. Now, since we have so much real estate around the table, but please, by all means, I'd like the others to chip in the discussion because we all live in places and shop in places and work in places. Therefore, we all have real estate touches with the real estate industry one way or another, or more ways than one. Let's talk cities and suburbs. Like in the cities, I'd like to talk about urban regeneration. We tackled the subjects before, so just briefly, maybe you want to say something again, Anna and John. Sustainable smart cities and green places to live. And with the suburbs, I think I will have more questions. But let's tackle this urban regeneration and smart sustainable cities and green places to live within the city. And I have some specific questions to Anna, for instance, because Hagag is recognized, and you already mentioned some restoration projects. Maybe you give us a little bit more of a practical side of this aspect, and how much of a boost does the local economy get from that kind of development? And from Jan, we'd like to learn about urban regeneration projects, because they have something called the Record Park, I believe, in Cluj-Napoca, and we'd like to learn more about that. So let's do a chat around urban developments.
So I will be
about the practical aspects and the
practical aspect. It's interesting that you want to stick to the practical aspect, but it has to be said that sustainability has also a social and emotional aspect, meaning the emotional connection of a society to their own assets, architectural assets, is very important here. It means that it will allow these assets to sustain for longer and to be appreciated and preserved for longer. So I don't think that we need to hurry up in taking out the emotional aspect here from what we are doing. But what I want to say is that aside from giving back the city, this important piece of history and culture, giving it back to the people, the reconversion of all the historical buildings as we do is a sustainable development by definition. In a way, we are recycling an existing asset and introducing it back into the circle of into the residential circle or into the commercial circle. We're bringing back people to live or work in the city center in a way that we allow them to use more public transportation, to commute easier within the city, to make the mix of usage within the city more heterogenic, so that in a way we are pushing for a revival of the city center. We are generating very considerable incomes, of course, for the locals and the state budgets. If talking about taxes, this kind of occupation also generates a lot of new jobs, and we can also address the aspect of bringing back tourism into the city, because this kind of investment improves not only aesthetically but also the cultural aspect and the way that city like Bucharest can be viewed and considered to be attractive for tourism and tourists to visit. This has already been said, and this is a cycle, and doing what we are doing, we are trying to think not only about generating about what we are doing at this moment, but we are constantly thinking about this, about the outcomes it will have on the future and on future generations. Which is exactly what revival of a city center is aimed to achieve, supporting the development of the local community, but again also going back to this emotional connection and a sense of belonging, attracting, if we talk again about offices, then attracting companies to move back into the city center, to allow their employees to live closer to work. And of course, and here it has to be said that a very important factor for the success of such efforts would be the support of the local authorities, like Alex already mentioned before. Initial planning, urban planning, infrastructure are very important elements to be taken into consideration, also when talking about the city center or the suburbs or greenfield investments. The legislation has to be revised, it has to be refreshed to allow more sustainable investments to take place. As it was earlier said, Romania is very attractive for foreign investors, but the actual practical legislation has to be somehow adapted so that investors will in fact be able to invest the maximum into projects that they are engaged in, and sustainability is key here. Of course, we can go and take examples of other European cities and the way that governments are fully involved and invested into such projects. This can transform the face of a city completely and generate significant incomes if taken seriously enough by the government and the legislation. So urban renewal projects per definition refer to the process of remodeling the urban areas by rehabilitation, conservation and development, and this is exactly what we are doing. We are regenerating these areas as we consider that the city center is the exact place where this kind of effort should start from the core. We have to take into account that Bucharest not only doesn't have much to offer in terms of plots of lands inside the city, not to mention the city center itself. So this is why we take this approach of reviving and taking full advantage of what downtown Bucharest has to offer. So we need to talk about physical revival and at the same time economical boost by engaging into such projects and supporting the rise of, let's say, a vibrant economy in the old historical district and also in economically disadvantaged regions. By the way, if we are talking about reduction of CO2, we can also go into the fact that regenerating, rehabilitating an old building implies less CO2 emission. It means less construction materials, no demolition involved. This is also very important aspect to consider. But all in all, the general, the main core as we see it is taking advantage of the important and very valuable assets that this city already has to offer and to making the most out of them. I called it recycling before. I'm not sure if this is very appropriate, but I believe that this is exactly what we are doing.
Well, I think we can extend the term to that, and well, why not? It is actually. I think it is not in the exact sense, but it is. Thank you very much, Anna. Jan, what can you tell us about the Record Park in Cluj?
Well, I can only concur with what just has been said. In Cluj, we found an old abandoned industrial site, very, very close to the city center and just in front of a high school. And it was like a cancer in the city, so it was dirty, nothing was done there. And we see there are still a lot of those old industrial sites, not only in Bucharest, but all in secondary cities also all over Romania. And the nice thing about those sites is that they are mostly have a quite big size, so you can do something. And they're also, most of the time, they're very well connected towards the city. So in the urban grid, they're well connected. The disadvantage of those projects is that most of the time they're polluted. So you talk about costs. It's cleaning the land is something that has to be taken into consideration for those projects. But then there is the whole emotional part that was just discussed, and I think it's very important. Those industrial sites sometimes have nice buildings, and also they carry a certain heritage. And when we started working on the Cluj project record, the first thing was in our mind was a tabula rasa. So let's clean everything out, let's demolish everything, and then by let's say talking to our designers, talking to everybody around the table, it became essential that the heart of the project still had to be there. And the heart of the project is an old building. You couldn't even recognize it when you were there, seeing it was completely abandoned and dirty and almost falling down. But we refurbished that building, and as a developer, it's the most satisfying thing you can experience is that when you can transform a cancer in a city into a living community. This is the most fulfilling thing you can experience, and if you talk about sustainability, this is absolutely true. It's sustaining not only sustainability as materials, but it's also sustaining for future generations, like was also said during the panel. It's also sustaining history. The word sustainability has so much assets in itself that we try to do it, and we succeeded in Cluj. So this old building now is really the heart of the whole development, and it stands next to very contemporary buildings, but it's a very proud building, and we see it starts to live. We put there a co-working stables, which is done by KOS. We also put there a restaurant, and then you see during the day, people in the summer, people give speeches in the park around it. So it works. It's a very, very nice development. We're very, very proud of it. I mean, we tend to repeat it now in Timișoara. We bought another old industrial site. It was an old hat factory. The buildings there were not in a good shape, but there's still an old villa on the place itself, which is a monument that we, of course, preserve, and we put it back in its original state. And we also kept something of the old industrial heritage there in the new development. So, yeah, I think these things in the city are hugely important, and I think they offer us a challenge to develop. Of course, again, I always come back to the same point. Together with authorities, you have to do it. If you refurbish an old building on a site, it's not always the cheapest thing to do, and I think everybody will acknowledge it. Refurbishing costs a lot of money. It eats your pot and your goods, let's say, quotations. So it's a choice you have to make. But again, together with the authorities, it can be done. Just somebody on the table, that's something that we would request all the time. If we do like this charrettes with all the people, the only person we're missing around the table are the authorities. What is the need of the city? What do they want? Do they need kindergarten? Do they need... Yeah, that's something that we have to talk to, and that's a part we are missing today, and it's very, 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 very unfortunate.
Okay, thank you very much, Jan. Yes, yes, Mr. Runtag.
Thank you. For both Anna and Jan, they were raising some thoughts in my brain. What was Anna was mentioning something about how to measure the impact, and Jan was talking repeatedly about the authorities. What I observe, and it is not only in Romania, but in general, authorities usually coming from a political background, very, very seldom they really know what is needed and how to achieve that. So I do not want to make here an electoral speech or whatever, but in reality it is our task to show them what are the solutions, what are the methods. To give a very simple example about measuring, Anna, that how to measure the impact, the real climate impact of chemical recycling or electric mobility or whatever. This is not something that authorities would be able to calculate on their own. And also, what are the right solutions? How to calculate how many parking spaces are needed here and there. This is also something that has to come from us. So I believe we have to change somehow the paradigm, and I'm not talking about Jan and Anna, of course. I'm talking about ourselves. That I meet a lot of times people who say we are waiting for the Parliament, we are waiting for the EU, we are waiting from authorities to do this and this and that. We have to be much more active in telling them and teaching them how to do certain things, and what are the real needs and steps forward. On one hand, because by this coaching, consulting role, we can set the direction. On the other hand, because this is the only way how we can somehow protect ourselves and the society from green bashing. There is a huge temptation today with these available funds that important stakeholders are jumping immediately wherever a new euro or dollar or lei possibility is, and they try to paint everything what is happening green just to get it. Again, it is our role, the professionals who help somehow the policymakers aware of what are the little tricks. Sorry for my little.
No, that's absolutely right. And actually, this poses a question, I think, to the people that are closest to the authorities around this table, Iulian and Her Excellency, the Ambassador. Will the authority listen? Can the authority step in? Be that EU, be that the Romanian authorities, will they listen and can they step in?
You want me, dearest, you want me to extrapolate about who will be the next government?
No, absolutely no. But
I know. Sorry, we are with very serious people with very serious stakes, and I really appreciated listening to your viewpoints, all of you in this panel, because I think it was very representative of what I hear as well in the French companies. In my view, we will be listened by the authority. I'm very, in communication terms, I'm very sensible to what was just said about urban capacity, urban planning, the city, because city means citizens, the civic reaction towards those new objectives, and as well to this question of environmental bashing. I think it is very crucial, all what you have said in your different perspectives. And that's very new as well. So in my view, just to finish on an optimistic note, I'm confident because it's in their interest. I mean, it's not only the interest of Europe or other countries or companies. It's, in my view, a very political question. It's in their interest at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Iulian, would you like to comment?
Yes, I would like to share some thoughts that I just revealed during the speech of my predecessors. Indeed, Romania does not have specific funds for sustainable business, but why not we as actors in this game will insist for having them? I mean, as Tivadar explained, everybody is waiting, nobody is really active, but maybe it's our role as consultants, as players in these fields to really explain authorities why are they so important, how do they contribute, why investors will differently see Romania on their investment map. So I would take this homework for the next period to add the topic on the meetings agenda with authorities, because I cannot say that whatever we suggested to authorities in the past was solved. But if everybody is contributing with his part, then the chances are higher that authorities are moving. So I will add on my agenda to think about how to define some funds for sustainable products and projects in general investments.
Fantastic.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
At the end of the day, these politicians also want to be re-elected, being in the Romanian parliament, in the European parliament. So the way how they can secure their party or their personal success is to have credible and successful projects in the pocket, which has to come from us.
Maybe urban developments are some of them. Yes, yeah.
One thing I would like to add, I'm not bashing the politicians. The only thing that we are requesting and asking is a line of communication. This is so very simple. We see it in other countries. I'm from Belgium. When you do an urban project in Belgium, you sit together with the authorities and you discuss what is necessary, what can be done. It's give and take. I'm not bashing on the politicians because I'm sure if I look at let's say the quality of the people that we have here also in our office, from architects, from designers, it's amazing. Romania has an amazing quality of people. They can do it, but it's just like it's like a fear. It's like a fear of to make a certain step in evolution, and it's not by freezing something that you can grow a city. The city of Bucharest will grow in the next 10 years, and it will grow rapidly. And if you do not go with it, it will be a disaster for the citizens. It's very simple. They have a political responsibility to take, and we're just reaching out our hands to help them to do this. It's the only thing we want, communication.
Yeah, yeah.
I also agree with what has been discussed, saying as well that it has to do with also with local authorities. Unfortunately, in Romania, we're seeing oftentimes some local authorities that they do need to be indeed part of the table, and they need to be part of the entire picture, but they are maybe more open. And I'm saying, for instance, one of the communities that I do know, because both Amber Gardens and Amber Forest are in Tunari community, and we have a 50%, for instance, reduction in property tax. And I do know that this is not the only local community in Romania that they are giving incentives for green homes. So they are saying that as long as the standards are X and they are there open, and this is part of the panel, and of course everybody, on all stakeholders, to be able to understand and explain what it means a proper green home, not just a painted green home, then indeed we are seeing that local authorities are offering this type of reductions. And hopefully it is a lengthy process. We are in this direction since 2015, and indeed it's almost 6 years, and I see today that more and more developments and more authorities are more open, but it seems that we are going there. When we first started, not even the commercial or the office buildings, they were there. While now, as Jan said earlier, this is a standard. There is no way that you will be doing a commercial office development that it doesn't have the standards. And in my view, this is clearly already started, this process for being also the future residential developments having this type of standards as well.
Great. And Alex, since you started and took the mic, actually, I'd like to continue with you because I'd like to go to the suburbs. And by the way, how many of you live in the suburbs? Just a little hand. Wow, okay. So suburbs is an interesting topic. Now, Alex, I wanted to ask you how will the first complete suburb near to Bucharest look like? And then to explain to us what investments are necessary in the infrastructure to allow the customers to live in a greenhouse and in a green area, in a greenhouse in a green area.
Indeed. So I will start actually with a question that you just posed of how many people in this panel, obviously it's not the proper sample, are living in the suburbs. We are real estate developers in Romania, as I said, almost 20 years. So since 2015, we did our analysis and we saw that only 9% of the people are living out of the city center, while 91% of the people were living within the city center. In other peer cities, this number is 70-30, 60-40, or even more. So in our view, it was a clear direction of the future, and I'm talking obviously pre-COVID era, that people will be going towards a proper suburb and a proper suburb. So actually we bought a 5-hectare land where we did Amber Gardens, and we designed a passive house project, the first green home project being developed in Romania, and we met numerous clients. Up to today, including the people that we are meeting with Amber Forest, we have talked to more than 5,000 families. And indeed, we are seeing clearly with COVID being a catalyst, accelerating already existing trends, that people are looking towards a different way of living, a sustainable ecosystem, a sustainable green community, that not only they would be able to advantage from all the benefits that the proper green home would be able to have, and I'm talking about fresh air, heat recovery units, photovoltaic panels, and bioclimatic design principles, and many other technologies that they are directly also affecting their pockets because they will be paying much less to utilities. They will be paying, in the example of Tunari, 50% in local property tax. They would be able to have access to a green mortgage with better rates. And this is what I said earlier, that it's coming with a cost, but this cost that it's coming, it's insignificant versus all the benefits that a family would be able to have within all the lifetime of living within a community. And going to the sustainability, of course, having a happy family living in a community, automatically this means that they will be living much more there, and it creates all the benefits of this 15-minute city that is also a worldwide trend. So what we are seeing nowadays, we are seeing that within 15 minutes with a bicycle or walking, you would be able to access all the amenities. And this is what we tried to do with the Amber Forest. We thought and we felt that we needed to have a critical mass, and that's why we bought 31 hectares next to the previous project, Amber Gardens, where we are creating actually a proper community, having a kindergarten, having a school, having a gym, having a supermarket, a fresh food market, restaurants, coffee places, all types of sport facilities, amenities and pools, having a 5-hectare park inside, having an area that you can work, a co-working hub, while being 1 kilometer next to Baniasa Forest, and on the same time being able, going to the very important emotional aspect that it was also previously mentioned, that people that they would be living in this community, because young families are targets, and we have until now sold more than 270 houses, and all of them were young families looking about how they would be raising their children in a community sustainable on this perspective, knowing that next to them there will be families and people with similar values. So with this hybrid model that is currently the case, because things completely changed with the pandemic, we are seeing and more people are looking with any type of hat they are wearing. It's a hat of a spouse, it's a hat of a father, it's a hat of a business person, that he would be looking towards giving more quality to his life, not only within the community, not only within the house that he's living, more light in the house, fresh air in the house, more space in the house, garden, but clearly towards the entire community, that it's being created with similar principles and values. Similar principles and values that they have to do. We are building, for instance, 15% of the land, 85% of the land is not built. So we're having all the parks, big streets. It has to do with
I don't know how to manage that.
I understand, and this is indeed one of the really interesting topics of where a community like this would be able to be positioned, because obviously within the city limits, not only it would be economically not possible to have this type of vision, but on the same time, it is impossible to probably find 31 hectares within the city limits. So we were looking indeed about finding a lot of this size, being very close to the city limits. So we have all the 4 main channels towards Bucharest, so Demeyere, Pipera, Tunari, the Centura, and the A3, of course. And having this vision, this is what I'm very happy and proud to say, that having this idea and vision from the beginning, and seeing it nowadays that it's more and more being appreciated and asked for from families trusting us with their homes, that if you are able to provide it, it would be, stakeholders would be here to support. And I'm optimistic that this, in my view, is a real estate direction that our company would be having, of mixed-use projects, sustainable projects with focus on residential. So you would be able to create this community with the people of similar values and principles, which is very important, in order to be able to raise their children, to be happy with their spouse, and to be able to work, to be able to do all the activities that they are needing to do today, as creating a neighborhood that it was when we were raised in Greece, in Romania, in Belgium, in France, that we had all around. Nowadays, unfortunately, for various reasons, this is not anymore the case. So this is what we feel that it's needing. It's a transformation that is happening, as the Spanish flu transformed completely the design, interior design, architectural design of cities back in the beginning of the 20th century. This is what we are seeing, that it's being transformed, the entire way of living, lifestyle, on a sustainable community that is looking and moving towards this direction.
Thank you so much, Alex. super interesting. You know what? Now I want to see pictures. I want to see pictures from all the developments that we've been talking about. I did a little, but now yesterday, but now I want to see them again because I will look at them with different eyes, really. Anna, can you tell us a bit about the investments in the suburbs, because you also build in the suburbs, and I think you called it the rise of the new young sustainable communities. If you want to add something.
Yes, first of all, it's very inspiring to listen to Alex, and congratulations on your projects, which I personally like and find very inspiring in this aspect of sustainability, but not only. What's important to be said here is that while finding ways to help the planet is very essential for sustainability, also reducing costs or creating a vibrant culture for citizens are very important. And this can be done with well-planned infrastructure, with public green spaces, with, let's say, affordable and also well-connected public transportation, with added value as in custom services or facilities that can be given within a residential complex, for example. And this is what we are doing with our residential projects, our large-scale residential projects in Pipera, which is called H. Pipera Lake. So first, since the project is on the shores of the Lake of Pipera, and we are very proud of this proximity, we are, of course, cleaning the lake, maintaining a higher standard than what it was when we found it. Going back to the importance of water recycling, for example, as was already said before, we're using rainwater, we are filtering them and putting them back into the lake to stimulate this cycle of refreshing the surrounding and thinking in a more green way. It is a full greenfield investment, and it is an area where there was zero infrastructure when we bought it, and until we started developing there. We have implemented a hydrocarbon separator to filter the rainwater. Again, being a very important resource. We are putting a lot of focus on trying to offer as much green areas as possible. We are working on the promenade that will have running alleys and cycling alleys and just sitting areas for people to enjoy the scenery, because it is a very green and nice area and should be cleaned and maintained on higher standards. But what I really want to say about this specific project is that developing this concept, we had in mind the young people working in the very fastly growing business hub this area is offering, and trying to answer the constant demand for residential solutions in the area where so many people are traveling to work in on a daily basis. Again, everything somehow has to do with the cooperation with the local authorities, and hopefully with the more support of local authorities to projects like this, and more investment into infrastructure and urban planning. If one day pavements will be repaired and the infrastructure in all will be improved, then we envision our project as a place where people can live and walk to their office building, which is 5 minutes away, or use their bicycle to ride it, or commute with their neighbors that work in the same office area with a shuttle that we are offering to companies that are buying or renting in our complex. So there is a lot of thinking behind how we plan and develop this project, which will eventually comprise 17 buildings, and already at its first stage is home to approximately 250 families and starting to look like a community, which was exactly what we were aiming to do. So hopefully, this discussion will turn into more of a practical solution, not necessarily as an initiative from the local authorities, but maybe as cooperation between local authorities and governments with foreign investors. And here I want to say that most of us in this panel being foreigners, we bring a different point of view to this to the table. We look at this city and at this country with eyes with some prior experience of looking at other countries and other cities. This can be used in favor of developing not only the investment opportunities, not only the development of this area, but also the added value and the way that Romania progresses and Bucharest develops itself. So hopefully with more cooperation, our requests and our suggestions will be soon heard, and this cooperation can definitely and should definitely be the base to not only green and sustainable development, but also to bring an outcome in the right mix of working together with the authorities for the best possible outcome.
Thank you very much, Anna. Thank you very much. Actually, I'd like to go back to Alex and ask, do we afford, and with going we afford, or who can afford to live in a green house in such a beautiful suburb?
The good part of this type of development is that a family that would be looking towards the future of themselves and their family as they would be growing, it could be everybody, because this type of development is not necessarily, as I said, more expensive. This type of development is, if you see it holistically, it actually is creating economies in the pocket of the buyer, because yes, in the upfront he may be needing to pay €1 more, but in the long run this €1 is being multiplied back, given to him and in his pocket. So in Amber Forest we are having actually from 700 units, 500 houses and 200 low-rise apartment buildings of 5 parterre and 2 floors, let's say. And this means that we are able to have and to welcome people with budgets as of €100,000, and while the average housing price it's above €200,000. Clearly there are also houses that they could be more expensive, but looking towards green mortgages and looking towards what today the people that they would be able to enter would be needing to have equity side, it's clear from my perspective that we are talking about the average Romanian household that in Bucharest, the average Bucharestian household that they would be able to have access. And the most important element would be the priorities that the family would be placing when choosing their home, their next home. So by far, this is the most important element. And I'm very happy to say that the last numerous years we have seen a shift, because always it's a price sensitive market, Romania, but we have seen a shift from how much is the price and how many square meters I'm receiving, which was until quite recently the by far #1 criteria when choosing their home, towards looking many more elements from the house, from the design of the house, from the technologies within the house. And now this clearly, and I would say this is by far and far outmost the most important criteria, what is happening outside of my house when I'm exiting and what type of community I have. And if you are able as a developer to deliver a package, a 360 degrees package of a community that's able to answer to all these elements, then clearly I believe that you are addressing to the average family in Bucharest, to the average family in Bucharest that would be willing to enter and have their family growing in a project like ours.
Excellent, thank you. How did the pandemic, if the pandemic, change the consumer's perception?
Clearly,
if
the
at
pandemic
all?
changed a lot. Clearly, the pandemic changed it a lot. It worked as a catalyst, accelerating, in our view, the existing trends, and that's why the last 6 years we are in this direction, exiting from the city limits and going outside. In the beginning in Amber Gardens, the 5 hectares, now in the 31 hectares in our new project, Amber Forest, next to it. But clearly, we are seeing more and more people that they are actually there. And the reason, obviously, we are starting from the hybrid model. You are seeing that in several surveys that are happening nowadays, that the majority of the people, I was surprised when I saw the first survey coming that only 8% of the people were willing to go back to their pre-COVID agenda of Monday to Friday, 9 to 6 or whatever was their agenda. The remaining 92% was either only home, smaller part, or the vast majority, this hybrid model between working from home and also going to the office. So this is what we are seeing, that this is the direction, and in our view, it has been convinced right now all the type of stakeholders. I'm talking about the companies, I'm talking about the employees, I'm talking about everybody is looking towards a future with a hybrid model, which is sustainable. And indeed, it would be a balance on how many days you would be working in the office and how many days you would be staying home, or how many hours you would be working within a day from the office and how many hours from home. Office will become a place that I want to go, not I have to go. And it creates a big difference in the mentality, in the emotional aspect when you are actually going to the office or staying home, while on the same time, practically talking, it creates also a very big difference on the traffic issues, because there are not anymore bottlenecks because everybody has to leave this hour towards the office or go back to this hour. So thinking as a developer of different directions about infrastructure, and that's why, in our view, north part of Bucharest and specific areas with having the main channels towards the city center and being very close are significant. This is where I believe that the people and the market has completely changed. And I'm not talking only the end users, I'm talking about the financial institutions, I'm talking also about the authorities, that they are looking, and of course the developers, that they are looking about a better product, a sustainable product. And now I think that the majority of the people and stakeholders are convinced that this is the future of the residential real estate, a mixed-use sustainable product.
Okay. Did that influence the sales? Did the pandemic influence the sales of the residential homes?
Yes, it influenced the
The
sales.
question is for you and for everybody.
I will just go rather fast regarding us. Yes, it influences the sales. We have seen, as I said earlier, more than 270 families that they have trusted us with their homes, and I'm talking about one-to-one families that we are selling. It's not about selling bunches of houses to investors. And having met and talked to more than 5,000 families, we are seeing clearly and the sales that they are there, but also the trend about people asking to this type of a product is clearly there. And this is the advantage, to be honest, that we are having, that we feel, that we sense quite well what the dynamic current market is looking, and with the proper push and thought of development, you will be able to fine-tune, which is one of the benefits of the horizontal development. You are able all the time to fine-tune, having your radars open, understand what the market is today, what you feel the market would be next year, and being able to adjust, fine-tune, which is something that you can do in horizontal development, meaning a housing project being built in 31 hectares like ours, and it's more difficult to do it in an horizontal development like an apartment.
Okay, thank you. So what do others feel about the pandemic impacting their business and their development plans? What
well, let me shoot.
How do you see it, Tivadar?
Yeah, okay. The pandemic had a very interesting impact. I'm not talking now about the dramatic health and social, but on the business. At the beginning, all of us, we were scared, and there were a lot of uncertainties when the borders were closed. And it is not only that we could not travel, but we could not deliver the basic raw materials and finished products to our consumers. And when I talk about our consumers, Chimcomplex is the supplier of basic disinfectants for water treatment, not only in Romania and in Bucharest, but also in capital cities like Athens or Sofia. And when the trains were blocked at the border with these very important disinfectants, then there was immediately an international hiccup. So this was the first couple of days and weeks of the pandemic. After that, when people stayed home in the lockdown, they saved on travels because they were not allowed to travel, and they started to invest more and more in refurbishing their homes. So the interest for buying new furniture increased tremendously, which increased big times the demand for one of our basic products, the flexible polyols. Things like this chair or mattresses that you use at home are made of this flexible polyols. So that was a big boom for the entire chemical industry all across the world. Now, when there is more balanced approach to the pandemic, and I would say we're coming back to normal, the demand for certain special polyols and rigid polyols, like what I mentioned for the new constructions, the new buildings, the new insulation materials is increasing. So overall, I would say the pandemic for the business created a lot of challenges and pushed us to capture new opportunities. And this is how we build up also our strategy. And we want to invest on more and more sustainable production lines. So we are talking about using renewable energy, and we started negotiation about photovoltaic panels that can give the energy to our processes. We are talking about the chemical recycling that can provide new feedstocks, so not only the fossil fuels. And we are talking about a lot of new partnership to develop products which will have a higher percentage of green element, because this is the growing demand from the clients, from the market. And for that, we are looking for investors, we are looking for business partners, we are looking for banks who can team up with Chimcomplex in this journey. So I started with the pandemic, but as you see, the pandemic is, in my opinion, one step in the history towards recognizing what is our role on the earth, and probably it was a good warning that if we are not careful enough, we can make a lot of damages. We have to care more.
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you very much. Did any other business have an impact or had to change in the plans of development? Just very quickly, a view. Yes.
I would say very quickly that talking about our project in PBL, for example, as Alex mentioned before, we also saw an increase in sales, but also a specific demand for apartments with terraces, for penthouse apartments. For garden apartments, of course, suddenly the lake became an even more attractive focal point, and we managed to get a lot of requests and inquiries from our clients about the development of this area, but not also. I think that the pandemic also pushed us in a way to speed up and develop even faster the commercial space that we are building in a very high proximity to the residential buildings, to provide the residents on-site services, a supermarket, a gym, maybe a private kindergarten that will facilitate their needs for young families. So this is in this aspect. But if talking, for example, about the office segment, I can say that we've seen a very interesting trend or shift where even big companies became suddenly interested in moving a part of their activity into the city center. And we keep getting inquiries and visits from companies that are willing to rent maybe a significantly smaller space than their entire headquarters is, but to enjoy or to gain from being in the center of the city and not, let's say, disconnected from the vibrant life of these areas. Also at Victoria 139, our residential project, you could see that I don't know if it's a cause of the pandemic or not, but you could definitely identify how much potential clients suddenly appreciate the unique location, the proximity to restaurants, to bars, to being outside, enjoying Cala Victoria on the weekend. So you could definitely see the impact of the pandemic pushing people to enjoy more their day-to-day life, to make the most out of it in different ways.
Thank you. Iulian, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I can confirm the trend of not booming but increasing investments in two directions. One is indeed related to construction, meaning whatever is related to construction materials, to furniture and so on. I see more companies investing in it, in this field. We have stated applications for companies investing in material construction. On the other hand, companies are investing a lot in production itself. I was afraid initially when the pandemic context started that the business or the investment context will slow down, but I see that people or investors are pushing down the pedal to invest more, because on one hand the pandemic context will be soon over, and whoever is investing now will be able to generate products in a couple of years, let's say 2 or 3 years, when the business will run very good. And just one more comment with respect to building greenhouses or green suburbs or green cities in general. They require public transportation, let's say e-bikes, e-scooters, and so on. They require solar panels, they require modern communication systems, they require water recycling equipment. All of them can be easily produced by having this 50% maximum salvation from the authorities. So authorities somehow contribute to this context by having incentives.
Okay. Thank you very much, Iulian. Now, let's open a little bit. We are unconscious of time. We don't have much, and maybe some of you have to go. The ambassador had to go, but I'm really happy to having had her here. Let's take a little glimpse at the affordability or inaffordability of sustainability, and what can be done in that regard, whether anything needs to be done in that regard. And I'd like to ask this from the developers, like, is this expensive, and does it help the banks, the states, anybody help to make sustainability more affordable? And also from Tivadar, to tell us how do they manage to grow and develop so much, and also implement and staying. I mean, only the law is requiring a lot of spend in the sustainability area, and yeah, unfortunately we do not have time to enter in the sustainable materials and in the cost that is coming with the plastic tax and so on, that will make most probably part of the our endeavor more expensive and more difficult. But before that, what do you see right now, and what can be done to make sustainability more affordable for you and for your customers? Yes, Alex.
I will go very fast on saying that I'm seeing all the stakeholders are going towards this direction, towards the direction of being able to support sustainability. So banks today do not only having a green mortgage product, and this means that a client that would be trusting his home and his future in a house being a green home, he will be needing to pay 50 euro per month in order to have a 10,000 euro loan extra than what he would be having, while they are willing to support the end user having specific products, while on the same time they are clearly much more open as they were many years ago or several years ago in order to, in their risk and credit committees, to proceed and finance projects that they are having this direction. And I'm talking about banks that some of them, they do need to have it, else if this box is not ticked, they will not proceed in financing, and several others that even if they would be able to finance also other types of projects, but they are giving clearly points, and it's a project that is more sexy for the bank to give a green light with good terms. The same goes as well with investors, that they would be willing to invest in a project that will be having this sustainable criteria. And clearly also Jan said earlier about the exit, that if it would be looking to an exit as it is in office buildings or in commercial buildings, that it's a must. This, as I said earlier, in my view, it will be also the future for the residential projects in the future as well. So yes, I do believe that this is a direction which it comes with a cost, but there are also incentives that they are ready today in place, and there will be more and more coming in the next years.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Are there any other views, Anna?
Yes, I would be happy to take this discussion real quickly back to the aspect of urban renewal, since Alex is already speaking about green building and the suburbs. But if looking at the city center, and I think Jean also mentioned something about it before, the rehabilitation and the consolidation of an old building is a very risky, very unexpected adventure for an investor, let's say. So when you enter these buildings, you can never know what to expect. So from the very beginning, you have to assume quite a significant risk on yourself as a developer, knowing that you will only find out what you have to deal with as you progress and go. Not only this, in order to make these buildings sustainable in a way, for example, replacing windows with three-layer windows in an historical building like Calea Victoria 139, it is very costly for an investor, and I would carefully say that not always very profitable, or not as profitable as to, for example, take down a building and build it from scratch. I think that this is the exact point that we need to come from, talking about sustainability in the city center and the regeneration of the urban of the city center and of those buildings. And this is exactly where the government and the local authorities should intervene with incentives and whatever possible tools to attract more investors into this field, into this niche, to make it more to encourage the competition inside this niche, which will eventually and overall contribute be a big contribution to everybody involved, from the developers to the clients to the people itself that will enjoy a very important outcome in the preservation of these assets. So this is my point in regards to the urban renewal.
Thank you. Yes, Tivadar?
I would like to bring it again up to a higher level, because affordability affordability is not only a question for the construction industry, for the chemical industry, but in general. And what does affordability mean? It means can we stay competitive or can we not? Whenever we talk about sustainable production or sustainable products, it usually requires a huge investment. And now that all around the world there are funds made available for supporting these investments, now is probably the time when entrepreneurs, companies can reach out for these funds and invest in sustainability and still remain competitive. The big question is always that which region is ahead of the other in the sustainable legislation, legal and regulatory framework. Now Europe decided to take the lead, and I'm very glad to see that United States and also China and also Australia are moving in that direction, which means that probably I wouldn't call it unfair competition, but unconscious, sustainable point of view, unconscious competition would be limited. But here I definitely see the responsibility of politicians to make sure that whatever is important for Europe is also important for the rest of the world, and somehow find ways to ensure that the production, the trade, the transport in other parts of the world is going also into a sustainable direction. Because if they move in the same direction like Europe, then competitiveness will stay fair and balanced. And if we are competitive, then it means that we are affordable for the customers too.
True that. And actually, I think you raised the ball for Jan to talk of funds. What can we access? What means state aids, and how the government helps attracting investors. And actually here, this is the main question is basically for Iulian, to see what we can learn from him. And also I will like a kind of a table to see and to kind of summarize what do you need and what you can offer in order to develop further, to invest more, to bring more investors in, and all this in a sustainable way. So we're approaching the close of the show. So please, Iulian, tell us about the funds and the help available and what is to come, and then we will make a round table with closing remarks from each and takeaways from each and every one of us. Thank you, Iulian.
Well, thank you, Anna. I would like to see more investors in Romania. I would like to see more money coming into this country, and for this, I mean, it's the duty of everybody to contribute to this environment. I would like to see more competition between players, because always competition is good. It increases the chances to see new products, new customers, innovative solutions, and so on. And I would like to see more diversified communities of investors coming to Romania, including Asian investors who could bring their ideas and technology towards the German or the French or the local investors. To bring these investors to Romania, the country already have most of the tools. With respect to state aid, I would like to say that it's not a tool that should be improved. We in Romania used to complain in general about authorities and about things that could be better. But with respect to state aid, I would like to say that the tools are good, the schemes are functioning, investors are really getting back money for their contribution. The current context is perfect. So I do not have too many recommendations. What I would like to share with everybody is the fact that the minimum investment for qualifying for statement is 1 million euro, meaning an investor willing to raise a production facility of modern raw materials or modern furniture or water treatment equipment and so on, have a very low entry cap of 1 million euro. An investor does not need to stay and wait until the application is approved. Immediately after filing the application, they can start investing. So the business context is very, very good. I always used to recommend our clients to say that the moment is perfect, that investment should be realized in order to produce and allow the real business partners to contribute to the economy, to the real estate agencies and development agencies to really contribute to the economy, for automotive players to invest and to really develop products or electric cars for I don't know, whatever they invest is beneficial for the economy.
All right. You know what? I wonder whether everybody is aware, and maybe at least if the companies of the ones in the panel are do qualify and can access such funds unless they did it already.
I will comment, yes?
Yes, please, yes.
So funds, state aid funds are similar to EU funds. They are not more restrictive, meaning that the type of businesses qualifying for state aid is very, very large. There are only several fields that are not eligible, like alcohol, tobacco, oil, energy production, but most of the fields are eligible. It's a pity that most of us have this tool available so we can afford or we can apply for state aid, but we are not using this facility. It's a pity. The problem in Romania with state aid is the fact that the popularity of this tool is not so high, that authorities are not promoting these funds, that we as consultants should do more, that the business players should do more in order to make these tools known better.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And yeah, you always need help when you embark in such endeavor. And well, Iulian, I know who to call. And honestly, I don't want pictures of the developments that you did and you spoke about. I want to see them in real life. I want to visit, and I'd like to visit Chimcomplex too. Really, I mean, you really kind of made me want to see in real life and talk to each and every one of you. So, and I thank you personally for that. Now, before closing, I'd like to make a tour of the table with something else that you want to share with the audience and with the other panelists. Key takeaways for you and maybe for us all, and if there is anything else that you would like to add. So how about we start with, we didn't hear for quite some time from Ian.
Hi. I didn't fall asleep. It was very interesting. No, it is. It's very interesting to hear. Me?
Yeah.
Okay. It's very interesting to hear everybody's vision.
What you want to share?
Okay, no, it was very interesting to hear everybody's vision, especially about real estate and also the urbanistic views, which I share very much with the rest of the panel. Obviously, Bucharest is a very big city, so 2.5. There's some say 3 million inhabitants, and we need something for everybody. We need something for the suburbs. We need also something for the central areas, because we still believe in also the central areas, and especially around transportation hubs. But okay, there's a market for everybody, and that makes real estate so interesting. The only thing I would like to add, the question in the end, okay, how can we attract foreign investors? I think Didier Balkan and me, my partner, we are, I think, the biggest ambassadors for Romania in Belgium. So we promote the country, we believe in the country. But what we do see, political stability is very, very important. And especially what I see happening these days, it's very unfortunate. And this scares away investors, very simple. All investors today, if you look at the yield spreads between Poland and Romania today, these are very high and they cannot be explained from an economical point of view. There's some kind of perception. And really, Romania should be proud, and people can be proud about what they're doing. The IT sector is an amazing sector, and still it's very unknown in the rest of Europe. Sometimes I even have the impression that for a lot of Europeans, they don't even know Romania is part of Europe these days. So I can only ask the Romanian people to promote themselves.
Okay, now that's a takeaway. That's a takeaway. So if the studio hears me, people in the studio hear us, I'm sure they do. This is a note to self for all of us to promote better the country. Thank you very much, Jean. Alex, anything else you would like to add? Key takeaways.
For me, I will just go quite simply saying that COVID was a tragedy that happened, a very ugly, unfortunate event. Well, everybody in the entire world sensed the feeling of death first time, everybody on the same time, for our beloved people and for ourselves. This, on the same time, created, I will try to take the beautiful note of this, that it changed the perception of people putting different priorities in their lives. So I will try to remain with COVID being hopefully in the next few months in our back, but we do not forget the priorities that we are putting in our lives, the type of lifestyle that we do want to have, the type of life that we would like to give to our children and to our people. And it's not only the people that would be seeing themselves as living differently, but also the authorities. So hopefully the authorities, all the stakeholders, local authorities, EU authorities, financial institutions, investors, also I believe they saw differently today and tomorrow, the future, what it would bring in their perspective, and put different priorities. And I would like to believe that this is what it will be the future. And let's try to keep, in my view at least, as a father, as a husband, as a businessman, this on the side and on the back of my head. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Anna?
Yeah, I would say really quickly that I was, first of all, very happy to take part of this interesting discussion. And I think that open communication like this and this format of having a roundtable and diving into a very relevant, interesting, important topic can contribute to everybody participating. So thank you for the opportunity. And to finish with the optimistic note, I would say that I hope that next time we all meet, it would be actually in the beautiful Marmorsh, which I was very much hoping to see and visit, and not online. This would be big upgrade to this conversation, of course.
Yes, fully agree with you. Fully agree with you. When I heard that this will be online, I thought, oh, it would have been so nice to be in person, but maybe we gather together again to discuss materials and more chemistry and even how concrete can hold inside CO2. I read a very interesting article that unfortunately we don't have time to debate a little bit today, but maybe next time. So we're really very happy to have you. Iulian, closing remarks?
Yes, something that is very important, but I will phrase it very short. We need a government as soon as possible to regain the trust internally into our country and also outside in order to prove that the business is still running well. So that's a simple message.
Thank you very much, Iulian. Tivadar?
Just very quickly, that now that I was dropped in the middle of real estate and construction business, who are our one of the most important customer segment, I'm very glad to see that green. Hello. Yeah, I'm very glad to see that green investments and green real estates are developed. So our products will be needed in the future as well, which means that all the investors are welcome to Chimcomplex and to chemical industry. And of course, you are also all welcome to visit our sites in the beautiful Râmnicu Vâlcea or the picturesque Borzești, where we have the 2 plants.
Amazing. I'll take the opportunity, you know. Okay, so thank you very, very much for participating today. I'd like to thank each and every one of you, to Her Excellency, although absent at the moment, the Ambassador of France, Laurence Auer. Thank you very much, Jean Demeyere from Speedwell, Anna Cohen from Hagag, Alex Skouras from Alesonor, and Iulian Sorescu from Noerr. Thank you very much for joining me today. We had a great discussion. I'm sure it would have been even better if we were face to face, but I think we did pretty good given the circumstances. And well, in order to close, I think that together we may be able to solve that better, faster, cheaper, more, and sustainable equation. And well, you know, there is no time like the present time to resume our activities and whilst thinking about and acting towards. So thank you very much. Looking forward to see you again soon, and I'll take the opportunity to see you and your developments and your achievements as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day.
All the best.
Punctele cele mai fierbinți ale unui spital. Acestea trebuie deservite de o
Suntem o companie de investiții dinamică și inovatoare, cu profesioniști pregătiți să repete performanța. Evergent Investments arată unde am ajuns și cine vom fi în viitor. Administrăm eficient activele și riscul, investim curajos pentru a genera valoare pe termen lung. Transformăm oportunitățile în profit.
name says it all. A dynamic, lively community in a productive surrounding. Hospitality is key. Therefore, our MyHive team actively provides support at all times. MyHive focuses on innovative prime office concepts to deliver excellent infrastructure to our tenants to exceed their expectations.
Thank you. From here on, it's members only. With your membership card, you are allowed to pass and enjoy all amenities. My membership is for all of those who do not need a fixed desk. You can use it at any MyHive location and get access to the MyHive community, the MyHive app, and of course, the MyHive lounges. Talking about MyHive lounges, they are perfect to take time off and relax. But wait until you have seen my desk. You enjoy the advantages of a shared office, and it's bookable from 1 month. We are on a 3-month assignment for an IT company, and my desk is the perfect match for me and my colleagues.
Hey guys, do you want to join us for coffee in the MyHive lounge after work?
Sure, why not?
Cool. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. We've got an architectural competition coming in a few days, but I'll show you my room. It's actually the perfect solution for a small team, or even a larger one. It's a private room with all the amenities of a shared office.
Thank you.
Sure. And you can book it for as little as 1 month and 2 desks. Sorry, I'm off to a workshop in the conference room. I'll see you later. Whoops.
Oh, never mind. That's the nice thing about MyHive. It's full of opportunities. We are a listed company with over 150 employees in a highly competitive market, always aiming for the top. And that's why we choose my office. We need tailor-made solutions that are state-of-the-art when it comes to interior design, top-notch IT infrastructure, and a high-level security. I have to go to a meeting. Come and join me.
As you can see, we have the costs completely under control.
Mereu implicat în coordonarea afacerii tale? Îți venim în ajutor cu pachetul pentru digitalizare de la Mastercard. Ai sprijin juridic, tehnic și pentru promovare, prețuri preferențiale pentru beneficiile oferite angajaților tăi, asigurare gratuită pentru cumpărături online, acces exclusiv în locațiile Mastercard Business și la evenimente profesionale și multe alte beneficii. Descoperă-le pe toate pe mymastercard.ro. Cere acum cardul Mastercard Business de la emitenții parteneri.
Tendința mondială actuală preconizează că până în anul 2050, aproximativ 70% din populație va locui la oraș, ridicând astfel mari probleme de gestionare a resurselor, a mobilității și a spațiului. Soluția la aceste provocări poate fi Smart City, conceptul care are în vedere funcționarea coordonată și integrarea în sisteme de comunicație a tuturor componentelor unui astfel de oraș, rețele de utilități, clădiri publice, servicii de urgență.
Într-un astfel de context, este evident mai mult ca oricând că există viață atunci când există energie. Schneider Electric produce astăzi tehnologii care asigură energie pentru viața la standarde de calitate oriunde, oricând și pentru oricine. Iar dacă vorbim despre calitatea vieții, atunci trebuie să luăm în considerare și aspectele privind sănătatea.
De câte ori ne punem întrebări precum cum vreau să arate spitalul în care mă tratez sau în ce condiții lucrează personalul care mă tratează. Statisticile internaționale arată că până în anul 2050, populația de peste 60 de ani se va dubla. Prin urmare, este evident că amplasamentele medicale vor fi din ce în ce mai solicitate. Acestea se numără totodată printre clădirile cele mai mari consumatoare de energie dintr-un oraș.
Se naște astfel întrebarea, cum pot face față spitalele unor astfel de provocări? O soluție este utilizarea infrastructurilor inteligente, în care informația critică circulă permanent direct către persoana potrivită. Siguranța pacienților, experiența acestora intraspitalicească și eficiența gestionării resurselor reprezintă cei 3 mari piloni care trebuie luați în considerare la construcția sau modernizarea unui spital încă din fază de proiectare. Sălile de operație și terapie intensivă reprezintă punctele cele mai fierbinți ale unui spital. Acestea trebuie deservite de o infrastructură impecabilă care să asigure condiții optime pentru îndeplinirea în siguranță a actului medical și de asemenea să ofere siguranță și securitate pentru pacienți și personalul medical. Schneider Electric dezvoltă soluții moderne care, odată integrate în arhitectura de distribuție, asigură aceste elemente și, deopotrivă, o disponibilitate de 99,9% a alimentării cu energie electrică.
Funcționarea permanentă a echipamentelor medicale în sălile de operație și de terapie intensivă reprezintă un element fundamental pentru îndeplinirea în siguranță a actului medical. În acest scop, trebuie să avem certitudinea că instalația electrică care deservește aceste spații este în stare perfectă de funcționare. Însăși, disponibilitatea sălilor de operație depinde 100% de continuitatea alimentării cu energie electrică. Prin urmare, orice măsură care se poate lua pentru rapida informare a personalului de mentenanță cu privire la eventuale defecte este mai mult decât binevenită. Cu surse de alimentare fiabile și un sistem de control și monitorizare complet și automat, ne putem concentra în totalitate pe actul medical.
Standardele și normativele în vigoare stabilesc reguli foarte stricte în ceea ce privește alimentarea cu energie electrică a acestor spații, iar soluțiile Schneider Electric au transformat tablourile de distribuție clasice în instrumente de management al energiei.
Tabloul electric aferent aplicațiilor din amplasamente medicale grupa 2 are următoarele particularități. Zona de alimentare, zona inversor automat de sursă, zona transformator de separație, zona consumatori vitali, componente Smart Panels, exploatarea tabloului, activități zilnice de verificare a rezistenței de izolație, semnalizare vizuală și sonoră a defectelor, localizare extrem de simplă a circuitului defect.
Pe lângă întreruptoarele automate de protecție, tablourile electrice Smart Prisma Med includ și interfețe de comunicație Ethernet de tip Smart Link, care permit monitorizarea de la distanță a stării de funcționare a instalației electrice prin simpla vizualizare a unei pagini web incluse. Accesul la această pagină web se poate face de pe orice calculator, tabletă sau smartphone cu o conexiune la internet, prin folosirea unui username și a unei parole, asigurându-se astfel confidențialitatea și securitatea informațiilor. Apariția unor defecte poate fi semnalată prin intermediul e-mail-urilor transmise direct administratorilor și personalului de întreținere, funcționalitate pentru care nu este nevoie de un server dedicat și nici de achiziția unui soft specializat. Beneficiul major al implementării acestor soluții avansate vizează creșterea disponibilității sălilor de operație și terapie intensivă. Odată informat, personalul de mentenanță poate fi proactiv în intervenție, iar pierderile financiare pot fi astfel optimizate.
Deci, cui servesc spitalele? Tuturor. Noi suntem beneficiarii serviciilor pe care le prestează și suntem primii interesați în infrastructuri moderne, confortabile, în care să ne simțim în siguranță și în care procesul de recuperare să fie cât mai rapid, iar experiența cât mai bună.
Spitalele sunt clădiri publice esențiale ale unui oraș inteligent, iar modul în care înțelegem să le construim și să le dotăm este o măsură a gradului de civilizație a societății. Construirea sau renovarea unei astfel de clădiri este un moment de mare responsabilitate atât pentru cei care decid investițiile, cât și pentru cei care le proiectează și le execută. Schneider Electric este partenerul care vă oferă soluții viabile pe termen lung, ale căror avantaje justifică pe deplin investiția nesemnificativ mai scumpă față de alegerea unor soluții clasice. În acest fel, putem contribui împreună, responsabil față de prezent și viitor, la progresul și bunăstarea comunității din care facem parte.
Vă invităm să fiți aliații Schneider Electric în implementarea unor soluții avansate în spitalele noastre, în beneficiul nostru al tuturor.
My parents knew from the first moment what they want. A beautiful house by the forest, a peaceful family life, and a girl. They had me. Born and raised here in the most beautiful place in the world. Home, as I call it today. I grew up with Mishu, my four-legged friend, and Misha, the little tree planted by me and my father in the yard of our house. Nature and fresh air gave me energy to explore everything that moves around me with my lifetime friends, and to enjoy walking to school in the mornings. And sports. Here I enjoyed the largest and greenest playground. Here we gathered the most beautiful memories with parents, grandparents, and friends. Here I learned how wonderful it is to make friends for life. I admit, growing up here, I always felt that the world is mine, that I have everything. And I grew up having my family close. My life story is like a marathon. It started out full of energy. And as I go along, I'm still recharging my batteries. From everything I see and live, here and now, every second. I'm Toma, and my story and my community can be yours too. Just believe in my world and visit Amber Forest. I'm waiting for you home.
Today is a very special day. After 2 years of intensive design and permitting work, we have recently reached our first major milestone when obtaining the building permit for Miro on June the 30th.
Today marks another important milestone.
In starting up construction works, we are turning all our dreams and ideas into reality.
Miro is being born. When conceiving Miro, our focus was and is on the people, understanding their needs and creating a place where they don't have to work, but want to work.
Designing an office building is a very challenging task these days. It has to tick all boxes, and tenants have no mercy. We are talking about flexibility, sustainability, efficiency, and on top of that, it has to look amazing.
This translated into an A-class office building, being both BREEAM and well certified.
Miro. Well-being.
Sustainability.
Miro is truly the office for the future, focusing on being well, being connected, and being seen. But above all, Miro aims to be a project where the landlord is a true partner for its tenants.
at the opening in 2021.
Suntem o companie de investiții dinamică și inovatoare, cu profesioniști pregătiți să repete performanța. Evergent Investments arată unde am ajuns și cine vom fi în viitor. Administrăm eficient activele și riscul, investim curajos pentru a genera valoare pe termen lung. Transformăm oportunitățile în profit.
The name says it all. A dynamic, lively community in a productive surrounding. Hospitality is key. Therefore, our MyHive team actively provides support at all times. MyHive focuses on innovative prime office concepts to deliver excellent infrastructure to our tenants to exceed their expectations.
Thank you. From here on, it's members only. With your membership card, you are allowed to pass and enjoy all amenities. My membership is for all of those who do not need a fixed desk. You can use it at any MyHive location and get access to the MyHive community, the MyHive app, and of course, the MyHive lounges. Talking about MyHive lounges, they are perfect to take time off and relax. But wait until you have seen my desk. You enjoy the advantages of a shared office, and it's bookable from 1 month. We are on a 3-month assignment for an IT company, and my desk is the perfect match for me and my colleagues.
Hey guys, do you want to join us for coffee in the MyHive lounge after work?
Sure, why not?
Cool. Sorry, I'm in a bit of a hurry. We've got an architectural competition coming in a few days, but I'll show you my room. It's actually the perfect solution for a small team, or even a larger one. It's a private room with all the amenities of a shared office.
Thank you.
Sure. And you can book it for as little as 1 month and 2 desks. Sorry, I'm off to a workshop in the conference room. I'll see you later. Whoops.
Oh, never mind. That's the nice thing about MyHive. It's full of opportunities. We are a listed company with over 150 employees in a highly competitive market, always aiming for the top. And that's why we choose my office. We need tailor-made solutions that are state-of-the-art when it comes to interior design, top-notch IT infrastructure, and a high-level security. I have to go to a meeting. Come and join me.
As you can see, we have the costs completely under control.
Mereu implicat în coordonarea afacerii tale? Îți venim în ajutor cu pachetul pentru digitalizare de la Mastercard. Ai sprijin juridic, tehnic și pentru promovare, prețuri preferențiale pentru beneficiile oferite angajaților tăi, asigurare gratuită pentru cumpărături online, acces exclusiv în locațiile Mastercard Business și la evenimente profesionale și multe alte beneficii. Descoperă-le pe toate pe mymastercard.ro. Cere acum cardul Mastercard Business de la emitenții parteneri.